Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's Day 2, this championship match in Division 2. Pretty tasty one as well. 3rd versus 4th, Middlesex hosting Derbyshire. I'm Kevin Hand, Dean Wilson with me today, bringing you the live stream in association with Daffabet. Interestingly poised overnight. Derbyshire won the toss. They went well yesterday morning, but Middlesex really fought back in the second two sessions. Let's take a look at those Day 1 highlights. That's a lovely shot. Off the mark with the boundary. Through the gap between point and cover. Big swing on that. Flick of the pads on the way. Oh, it was a desperate attempt down there. It's in vain. Chopped away. A little bit of width from Roland-Jones. Jules not missing out on that. Now that's got to be gone, hasn't it? It has. He's missed a straight one, Reese. Right up there from Higgins. Very little doubt on that. Unless there was a little bit of bat involved, then that was always going to be big trouble for Reese. Glorious. Just over pitched from Higgins, but there's still work to do there from Jewell. That's wonderful from Kane. Absolutely. That's a glorious shot again from Kane. Just overpitched on that one and put away. Jewell imperious again. Dug out for 4.
Well, that's really well played there.
Great shot again. Got a few away nicely, Jewell, this morning, and that's another one to add to the list. 50 up for Derbyshire. And he doesn't get it. Lovely drive down the ground. Went searching perhaps last ball of the over, I was going to say. That's a lovely shot from Jewell. He's put some good ones away this morning. That's up there. Oh, lovely. Really good shot. Up the hill all the way. But a boundary nonetheless. Punch through. Gets through on this occasion from Kane. All shorts punished. Nearly chipped back to the bowler. He checked it to some extent, Jewell, maybe just enough, and he's got the boundary. There we go. Offers one up and put away. Dot ball to finish that one. And it's a dot ball to finish the session. There go the Bales. Derbyshire session, no doubt. They won the toss and they won the morning session. 105 for 1. Oh, and very nearly getting through first ball, but instead it's a single which gets Jewell through to a 50. And get only against Middlesex in the return fixture earlier this season. Goes short, and going big is Kane. What a way to move to your 50. 6 over square. 89 balls, 50 runs. Harry Kane lifts his bat to that away balcony. He's creating a problem for himself, and I'm not quite sure where this has come from, because we didn't see this morning, but it's a nice steer. Leg side from Higgins. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Higgins with a gem to get rid of Jewell from around the wicket. Oh, that's punched on his toes and gets it away through point for another boundary. And there we go, another 4 ball. Madson's first boundary. is a glorious shot. Straight to the mid-on, down the grounds. 4 more for Madsen. Steered away again, width from Roland-Jones and punishment from Kane. Oh, look at that, come hooping back in from Roland-Jones, and he's got him. A peach of a delivery. Middlesex's main man over the years, over recent years, the strike bowler. Run away nicely. That's over the top of it. Downhill all the way. That's nicely pushed away. Really lovely shot. Look at that. Up the hill all the way. Popping over the rope. Bowls him! Guest's gone. A boundary the ball before. And then the next one clips the outside of off. And a welcome reward for Toby Roland-Jones.
Nice looking shot there from Madsen through the covers. I think that's going to run away up the slope all the way to the cover boundary.
Short from Roland-Jones and put away. No word from the old boy this time. He turns around, he knows. Oh, that's tight and it's gone. Anderson departs, and look at the celebration from Roland-Jones. Beats the inside edge a century early this summer against his former county. Edged and out of reach. Oh, now was the bat involved? No, there wasn't. He's gone, and it's Madsen, and it's Roland-Jones again. Huge wicket. And a huge afternoon after what was a tough morning for Middlesex. They have come bounding back at Derbyshire here.
Scant support elsewhere.
Oh, that goes up and over. Slashed it at Dahl. Oh, that was nearly lifted back. It's going to go all the way. For a moment, Higgins might have thought about throwing out a hand to that. Edged and out of reach for second. It's outside part of the bat again, but it's oh, that gets through. That's a lovely shot. Look at that, punched dismissively back down the ground by Chappell. Oh, it's slapped away. A bit of width. Oh, and now another edge to finish the over. And this one brings a boundary. Yes, he's got him. That's a nick. And that's a wicket for Zafar Gohar, and a wicket Middlesex really needed to end this session. Well, that's a lovely shot by H, and lovely way to get off the mark against a fellow bowler. Edged and carries, taken by Higgins. Middlesex's slip fielder for the spinners. Makes no mistake with that one. It was a tough chance because it was low down.
Don't cause too many issues.
Well, there's some of them. And that is 6 for Toby Roland-Jones. 283 all done, Derbyshire. Middlesex will face 7 overs tonight. Now, where's that gone? Away for 4. Robson at his best. Sumptuous on the back foot. Well, he'll go in tonight, and that's the main thing for Middlesex. 12 without loss after 7 tricky overs to negotiate this evening. That'll come as a big relief, I'd suggest, after a slow morning, a quick afternoon, and an evening that toed and froed, and in the end Middlesex at 12 without loss I think will be mightily happy with the day as a whole, but something of a get off. Toby Roland-Jones, he moved joint top bowling in Division 2 this year with Ryan Higgins and Lewis Rees out there. It was hard toil to begin with, but when Middlesex got it right today, it was pretty special out in that middle session of the day.
Yeah, I think so. I think probably, in that first session, I still think there was some good stuff in there, but probably showed a little bit of signs of, some Red Bull rust in there, just in terms of stringing overs together and bowling in partnerships. But I think the good thing was it looked like, guys still had good rhythm and maybe just the odd loose ball. And I think, coming together at lunch, looked to correct that. And I think to a man, we did that really nicely. And I think once we sort of found ways of building that pressure up a little bit more, then obviously wickets and things seem to happen, which was great.
It's sometimes difficult to explain that, isn't it? But I don't think it can be overstated, that rustiness when you come back into a championship game. It almost felt like pitching up to a new season at Lords this morning.
Yeah, and it's not an excuse. I think sometimes it's just a way of feeling yourself back into patterns of the game, and whether it's the lengths that you're looking to attack, things like that. So I think the main thing is the way that we then adjusted, reacted to that, and like I said, sort of to a man in the attack. Bowled really nicely, assisted really well by Zaf as well in there, picking up two crucial wickets. So yeah, really good signs of everyone coming together really nicely.
And it was probably consistency in that afternoon, wasn't it? Was the main contribution to, as you say, what was good aspects of the play in the morning coming together in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I think fundamentally the wicket was a fraction on the slow side. So then you're obviously adjusting for which dismissals are the most in play. Felt like you wanted to feel like you were threatening stumps as much as possible without obviously feeling too predictable and too linear, if you like. So yeah, I think we sort of found a pretty good balance of that. Ball started swinging a fraction more, I guess, which always helps. I think particularly from this end, if you feel like you've got a threat of the ball leaving the right-hander, just adds an element of doubt in the batter's mind, and certainly it seemed to pay off.
Would there have been any thought of batting first for Middlesex? Was it a good toss to lose, or?
Oh, I couldn't possibly reveal that. It's not my job anymore. But let's put it this way, we're certainly happy to bowl first. I think particularly, 10:30 starts always ask, a slightly different question of a team in terms of whether there's going to be a little bit of added moisture, a little bit of freshness to the wicket. And I think also, we spoke about maybe being a tiny bit rusty there. Also, guys getting a feel as a batting group back into the swing of Red Bull cricket, you feel like there's an opportunity to exploit that as well. So fair play to them. I thought the way that they started, they lined the ball up excellently and put together a really key partnership, and we knew the importance of breaking that, and Higgy was the one who kind of really broke it open for us there with crucial wicket of Jewel. And like you said, I think we recognised that was a time to grab a bit of momentum back in the game, and yeah, fortunately we did that, and then really took it on.
You've shouldered so much of the wicket taking over the last few years, and just the bowling in general. Does it feel a little bit more freeing running in at Lords again without having to have the captaincy? It's a mental fatigue as well, isn't it? As well as the physical of actually bowling as well.
I guess sort of rest feels like rest now, if you like. Certainly, enjoyed all of the aspects of the job and doing it. But yeah, there's definitely, a nice power in being able to free the mind a little bit. Danger is I'm left with my own thoughts a bit more, so I've got to kind of get back to controlling those.
You could be left with Tim Mercer's thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. I try to deal with that when I'm up here. So being out on the pitch is good, but it is nice. I sort of always, I guess, wanted to have a feeling of finishing. Whenever it's going to be finishing the career, without captaincy, and just like you said, enjoying bowling for what it is, enjoying playing, and yeah, it's nice to be able to do that now. And obviously, it helps when Duppy's come in and done a fantastic job. I think, it's really nice, and to still play a leading role, like you said, and really try and take responsibility for the group and to help where I can if required. Then yeah, I certainly enjoy that.
So Toby Roland-Jones, here's the start of the second day. And it starts with a run. Carey's watching that one carefully to mid-off. Halfway down the track, confident that he'd get back if he needed to. Then calling Robson through. So 12 without loss, Middlesex. It feels like a very, very big day this for Middlesex's hopes. The forecast for tomorrow doesn't look great. And you'd fancy Middlesex will have to do their very best to try to bat once if they want to win this game. For Derbyshire, it's quite clear. Rattle through them today. But Robson will have other ideas. Carey's likewise at the other end, and a long old batting line-up, as I was saying with Toby Roland-Jones last night, coming in at 10. Should be 13 without loss, shouldn't it? Scoreboard just ticking itself into life, like us all this Tuesday morning with a tube strike in London. Oh, lovely ball. Toby Roland-Jones last night discussed that it took a little while for that ball to come to life after lunch, but he did admit that Middlesex were rusty yesterday morning. In terms of championship cricket, it was a bit of a jolt to the system, and it did take them until after lunch to really get into their rhythm again. And then they got going, and there was swing, he said, after lunch, more so than there was in the morning session. I'm Kevin Hand, Tim Wilson alongside me for this one, and Aldino, first things first with the cricket. The weather's good, that's all we need to know.
Yeah, morning Kevin, morning everyone. Absolutely glorious day. A little bit fresher, I think, though, today than it was yesterday. They do say look up, not down here, but there is a bit of a chill in the air despite that glorious sunshine, but it does look like a terrific day to have the bat in the hand, as Middlesex should have. And you just get the sense that today really is a day about intent from the Middlesex batters. Obviously there's a couple of big names missing from that lineup. No Max Holden, top Middlesex run scorer so far this season in Division 2, and no Kane Williamson either. So an opportunity for others to show what they can do with the bat.
There's the inside part of it for Robson. It's him off the mark for the day, and he'll keep the strike into the first over. Decent one from Aitchison. Shows there will be threats still again today. 12 without loss. 14 indeed, with a couple of singles added this morning. 14 without loss. Flying to the 2-8-3 of Derbyshire yesterday. Live stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. With you all 4 days for this one, but as we said, the forecast for tomorrow is that there will be showers around. Now, here's a big moment. Lewis Rees opened up with 4 overs and for 9 yesterday. But young Mr. Hayden on debut is going to have his first bowl in first-class cricket, and it's at Lords, and it's from the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips in place, and a big moment for the young man. And right on the spot, straight away, sort of sidle one. Broad shoulders on him, sort of bulk out a little bit. Not that they need to, cricketers, but Staffordshire lad, he's just making his way into the professional game now, having been a very solid club league player. Test this for your first class debut. Sam Robson on strike, vastly experienced, knows the ground well. He talked about bowlers having to adjust to the slope here. Ollie Stone even, who has appeared here a few times, but when you're not appearing here regularly, you just have to get yourself back into the groove of it.
But what an opportunity for Rory Hayden to make his mark right from the off at Lords. This is what he wants to get involved in.
Nicely bowled again. Good line, good length. Angling back in. Three slips, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 6-3 field. The track here to the left of centre as we look across to the pavilion, so closer to the tavern and the mound. Lower end of the square. said to favour the bowlers, top end of the square for the batters, but it took a session for Middlesex to get going yesterday, but when they did and the ball started to swing as well, it was a stark contrast, the morning and the afternoon yesterday. The evening was a little bit more of a tussle. Tail wagged slightly, dragging Derbyshire away from the 200 mark and closer to the 300. Was the bat involved? If not, that had a chance. I don't think the umpire is going to signal. He is going to signal leg byes. This will be interesting. So, scoreboards put it down as runs, but they'll adjust now, you'll see. Ooh, inside tickle on that from Robson. Hand off as he went looking for that one. Here's the LBW appeal. That one suggests it's going down, but front on, just have a look at how much of leg you can see. Tell you what, I think he was pretty stone dead.
A lot closer front on there, as Kevin rightly said. You could see the leg stump just poking out from behind the back of the pad. That gives an indication that maybe the ball not quite heading down the leg side, but the umpire thought it was, so he can continue. What a start that would have been for the young man.
And they were not out as yesterday, weren't they, the umpires? There were a couple of decisions we thought, oh, the batter's got away with that one. Robson's got away with one there, I fancy. I reckon it's still 2-1 to Derbyshire at the moment. There were a couple yesterday that you thought, oh, that was probably clattering him.
Yeah, they gave a couple as well, but those were the ones hitting halfway up middle. But just with the angle, I think, as well, coming down from the pavilion end with the slope just aiding that movement, there's always going to be a little bit of doubt in the umpire's mind. And you can see the way that Robson was looking to play, but you just see the leg stump there, just behind the pad.
Nice from De Carey. He's just letting the ball come on to him. He's stretching for it slightly, but didn't push hard at the ball.
What I said today is a day about intent from Middlesex. They're going to need to score not only big, but you'd fancy they've got to score at a decent rate as well to give themselves the best chance of trying to push for that victory that they will desperately need to try and have a say in the promotion chase.
Squared up a little by that one. It's a little signal with the hand. Just unsettled slightly by this one. Angling back in, wasn't it? I did perhaps straighten a little off the surface there. Which is where his body was opening up towards the onside and then off the surface. And with the slope indeed, just straightening. Testing from Aitchison, asking a question there, and you see De Carey's betraying slightly the ball before in that one, I think.
Yeah, just looking to get him lining behind it. He's been very watchful outside the off stump so far, but that right on off stump, wicket to wicket, played it nicely.
Nice over from Aitchison. Asked all the questions, done for 5 from his 5. 16 without loss then, so Robson to have strike, but Takeri's was having to ponder a fair bit there, and you can see they're working it out now. There is seam movement out there this morning. Tube strike Tuesday. Well, it's tube strike week in London, isn't it? Which has caused travel chaos for so many, and certainly affected the numbers yesterday. Same again today. About 1,500 in yesterday. Well down on the first day of a championship game at Lord's. Certainly this season, where the first days have been really well populated. And similarly today, it's a real shame actually. A lot of the season's been played across the weekend in the championship, but it's often debated for. Well, the punters say it themselves. Some will say, yeah, we want the weekends, we're not working to go and see some cricket. Others will say, we've got things to do at the weekend, we need it on during the week.
Across the season, you get a bit of both.
Oh, now nearly a collision between the batters. They both ended up taking the long route there. That was nearly calamitous. Let's have a look again. Deary me. Almost running at a 45-degree angle in the end there, Robson, as he had to run across to Carey's. Exaggerated leave again by Josh de Carey's.
It looks like that's now become his style of leave. I mean, he hasn't always left that way. He's
Not as
developed it.
exaggerated as that, for sure. He's always been one that's had quite distinctive mannerisms in the fields, even with the ball. But yeah, I do think that the leave in particular is something that has become far more exaggerated. Got to work out your own way, haven't you? Can't just do it from a textbook.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen that offered as a method of letting it go, but works for him.
Nice shot. Mid off a fraction wider.
Well, I have seen that in a textbook. Absolutely classic off drive there from Josh de Carey's. Just lent on this. Full flow of the bat there. Chappell at mid off, no chance. All along the ground, beautiful shot. That'll give him a lot of confidence here on the second morning.
Turning on without loss after 11. Is it on, Josh? So that testing over from H, and that'll feel nice to get that one out of the middle. So over to Robson now to have a look. Of course, they've still got Zach Chappell to introduce this morning. You'd assume then that the plan is for Chappell to take the nursery end. It was quite noticeable how there's the in-swing from the pavilion end, the away swing with the slope from the nursery end yesterday. The bowlers running into the wind from the nursery end, wind at their back at the pavilion end. Same again today. Maybe that's part of the theory of Chappell taking the nursery end. That's nice. Robson has done well there. You can see he's lining it up still. Pitching and straightening. Nice angle in from Aitchison. He's got it right on the spot at the moment, and that was where Middlesex didn't quite have it right this morning. Yesterday morning we used the word grouping, didn't we? They didn't manage to get enough of their grouping right. And again, there you go. Was it a little high? Robson certainly wasn't forward. Comes down and prods at the surface, but there's the angle in, there's the straightening, and it's not a bad shout at all.
Height may be calling into question, but looked like it might have been a bail trimmer at best.
And now that is away for byes. I did think he got a little something on that actually, but again, if it had been pad, I think they'd have been screaming an appeal. No. There it goes. That one's seaming up the slope. Really nice from Aitchison again. Now he's got a long way across there, Robson. It didn't feel convincing, that appeal. Watch that front pad. Yeah, just outside. This might give a better idea. Ooh, only just. An umpire's call may well have been the way, but that's 3 now this morning that Robson's survived. One of them was stone dead for sure from this man Hayden. He was a little unlucky, but as we said, the umpires in this game, they've been not outers so far. But of each of the 3, the first one was the best, that last one was the worst of the 3. Solidly in defence on that one to Carey's. Used to be short back and sides, didn't it? It's just short sides now. There's the field, 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. You can see the sparse nature of the pavilion this morning. That tells the story. The pavilion's as quiet as that, then you know the rest of the ground isn't particularly busy. The Warner's the only stand open on that side alongside the pavilion. The work's going on the Allen stand now. You can see one of the scoreboards, advertising boards to the left of the pavilion there already down, and the second is halfway down now. Popular little stand, that one. Again, the Middlesex room on the bottom tier. Checking him. Let's see how much movement there was. Yeah, fair bit. Onto the splice. I'd say the sea movement's been more noticeable this morning than it was yesterday. Interesting that, whether there's just been a little bit of a quickening up of the pitch under the sunny skies of yesterday. Toby Roland-Jones on the interview saying it's a fraction on the slow side, the surface. So the swing afterwards is was a changer yesterday for Middlesex. For those bowlers this morning, only the 3 of them used so far in the innings. Still Chappell to come. Morley off a spin. But yeah, it was 4 for East from the pavilion end, replaced by Hayden this morning. Aitchison from the nursery. So you'd imagine that he'll go through with a 7 over spell into his 4th so far of the day. A bit of movement through the air on that one, but too wide from Aitchison, and Robson cashes in.
We saw that. We saw that a few times yesterday. The ball racing away to the cover boundary. Usually when the players were given a bit of width. That's exactly what Sam Robson had there. Bit of width outside the off stump. Wasn't a half volley, but he get his hands out and send it away to the short boundary over on the offside towards the mound stand. That's certainly where bowlers have been taken apart, is whenever they've offered a bit of width. And we keep saying it, wicket to wicket, bowl straight on this pitch is where you get your rewards.
Lovely, lovely ball, and gone. Doesn't survive this one, Robson. The only hope was that he fell across enough that he was outside the line of off, but not in the opinion of the umpire on this occasion. And Robson's done for 10. Aitchison has a fine morning, and he picks up the big wicket.
Yeah, first viewing looked like it was pretty adjacent, and second viewing doesn't change that opinion. Lovely bit of bowling, just holding its line. The only thing that could have saved him maybe was getting outside the line of off stump, but beat the outside edge, and Robson's gone for 10. LBW, wicket to wicket, you get your rewards on this pitch.
Well, it was the 4th big appeal of the morning against Robson, wasn't it? And I think at least 2 of them were more out than that one. So he can't really have any complaints as he heads back. Probably the least out of the 4, but the last 2 were tight, but I think he'd almost favour the umpire, but the first 2 I think were pretty adjacent. That front pad, that back pad that struck there, I reckon if they'd gone upstairs, that might have just been outside the line. I reckon it'd have been really tight on umpire's call on that DRS.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Initially, looked like that back pad was right in front of off stump, but just on the knee bend, because it sort of flicked the top of the pad above the knee roll, sort of the flap of the pad. And with the knee bent, maybe the flap had got itself outside the line of off stump, even if the knee was in line. So yeah, maybe Sam Robson feeling that was the one that he shouldn't have been given, but as you say, Kev, he was flirting throughout the morning and he's gone now.
Well, Aitchison's been asking an awful lot of questions, and this time he got the answer he wanted from the umpire. So the one that was probably the most out was Hayden's from the pavilion end. Now Luke Holman, he's back up at 3, where he's been once this season. He scored his maiden first-class son at 4 earlier in the summer against Kent. They're going to need something special from him here. North Middlesex and Radlett together in the middle. North Middlesex winning the league this year. Cornwall, third from right, also Radlett, Morgan, Zafagoha, Roland-Jones, Mercer and Salisbury. Got a bit of bass in there, wasn't there, from the bowlers? Lovely ball. Hayden's impressed, hasn't he, in these first few overs?
He certainly has, and even there, just holding its line ever so slightly, just fighting with the slope to move away from the batter. It makes a huge difference if you can get the ball to hold its line on this pitch. But he's been accurate, Hayden. There's not been too much either side of the wicket. He's been fairly consistent on and around off stump throughout his first 4 overs. He had a really strong appeal for an LBW, turned down by umpire. He's doing a good job for his team.
Nice shot. Up the hill. Well chase. The ball itself will run out of legs as Kane catches up with that one. Yeah, that wicket-to-wicket nature. I think Derbyshire have hit the spot straight away here, and they'll feel they've bowled well enough to have taken at least a couple at this stage. Those LBW appeals against Robson. Carries has been squared up on a number of occasions. And Holman promoted to 3 in the absence of Holden and Williamson. You won't be feeling pressure with this, but obviously the elevation in itself just brings a natural bit of heightened tension. Still marking his guard, Holman. Have a look at the crease again. He's ready to go. He'll happily delay matters, Holman. Play his own game in the middle. I like the confidence and the swagger of Holman with the bat, and actually you almost know he's in a very good place when you can see that. Similarly with the ball, you'd like to see the same.
Just 6 championship games for Holman this season. Got that maiden 100 against Kent.
Mertz working on the ball. Give him a few tools. Time for a proper job, Mertz.
He's scored 360 runs, an average of 45 this season, couple of 50s and the 100, so not a bad return for the number of games that he's played. But with Max Holden leading the way, nearly 1,000 runs for him this year. Kane Williamson as well. It's a pretty hectic top 6 to break into. When you get your chance, you've got to grab it, and that's what Holman's got to do today. Up at 3, real chance for him to bat big, bat long. Put Middlesex in a decent position, but he's got his work cut out because Derbyshire have bowled really nicely this morning. Haven't given away anywhere near the number of 4 balls that Middlesex did yesterday. Lots of boundaries yesterday morning. Middlesex having to work a little bit harder here today.
Yeah, it's a big difference, and it's what we fancied, isn't it? That Derbyshire, it would be remiss of them to start as loosely as Middlesex did yesterday, because Middlesex showed them there's only one spot to bowl at on this one. Pace isn't there in the surface, so as soon as you're a little bit off target, then the batters will cash in, even with the swing and seam that was there. But it was that swing after lunch that made it more difficult. Just that noticeable little bit more seam movement so far today. But again, as we said yesterday as well, though, you need to keep the ball on the spot, and then one does something. But if you're not keeping it on the spot regularly enough, your percentage chances are falling dramatically, aren't they, of picking up that wicket or finding that magic ball.
Yeah, it's about building that pressure, isn't it?
Oh, now that's, I think it was seam, pitched and then jagged, but we'll have a look, see if it was a little bit of a late swing. Nope, all off the surface. I fancied it was. It's bowling into the wind, which has been supporting the away swing from the nursery end.
Four slips in for Holman against Aitchison. So very clear what he's looking to do here from over the wicket.
Just that.
That's exactly what his captain is looking for. Wayne Madsen standing at second slip, orchestrating things. Very interested in what Aitchison's doing at the moment, right on the money. Looking to pitch around leg, middle and leg, and move it across.
Leg side. Starting too straight on that one. Little inside edge as well. I think the line in itself, Holman was happy with lining that one up. Nice little steer. I'll pick up a couple. We saw the number of boundaries yesterday for Derbyshire, yesterday morning for Middlesex. I think that's their best chance. Derbyshire are a lot tighter, so it's a nip and a tuck and a steer. and a tickle really for Middlesex. Rather than going hard at it this morning, they're going to have to bide their time, mind their work. But I think they'll have been set for that anyway. They know they need a strong day with the bat today if they want to get control of a game that does have time against it, potentially with time to be lost tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they've got to give themselves a chance, clearly, and that's what both De Carey's and Holman are doing. The bowling's fairly useful at the moment, so there's not a huge amount of freebies out there, but once they're in, at some point, they're going to have to look to try and turn the table and put the pressure back on the Derbyshire bowlers. Can't just let them bowl at them. Work out their best chances of trying to take control of this game, and it really is to bat once, bat big if they can. But there's a long time to go. 86.5 overs left in the day, so plenty of time. This is good from Rory Hayden, coming round the wicket to Holman and zeroing in on that off stump. Picked up 6 wickets in the Metro Bank. Rory Hayden. This is his first championship game for Derbyshire. He took 6 wickets, an average of 33 in the Metro Bank. He's played minor counties cricket for Staffordshire. I should say national counties cricket for Staffordshire. Taken 15 wickets in the championship for Staffordshire. Best bowling is 6 for 22. Just 22 years of age. Says he went to Birmingham University as well, which is always good to see, my old alma mater. Would like to have had a Rory Hayden operating for me all those years ago.
Yeah.
Did have a Jim Troughton wheeling away, but left arm spin not quite as devastating.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, how the university teams have faded away. Frustratingly at the moment for cricket as well, the second 11 isn't of the highest standards for varying reasons. I don't think talent is the issue though. 36 for 1 after 17. Good shot, good stop. Staffordshire, is that now the media university as well, where they do the big media course that everybody goes to? Is it Staffordshire? Wow, look at that go. Fraction of late swing. And then with the slope it was gone. Luke Holman practicing his own leg cutters, his leg break at the non-striker's end. Let's have a look again. Watch out for Holman at the end, but first, that movement. Just there, just swung before pitching very late, and then with the slope it was going, but Holman. Yep, that's what it did. Somebody on the move in the Edrich. He said Pete following. He didn't, he said Pete. Left alone outside off stump.
De Carey's moving past 1,000 first-class runs, of course, in this innings. When he'd made 7, it's 25th first-class game. And starting to put together a bit of a body of work at the top of the order.
That's glorious from De Carey's. As we said, the key this morning is weight, and weight on that he did.
Yeah, and that's a terrific shot. That's the second boundary in the V for De Carey's this morning. He played a gorgeous off drive a little earlier. That one, the on drive, just punching it to the left of mid-on. Got a really good-looking shot there from De Carey's. He's been watchful outside the off stump. Left plenty. That was a good shot.
$18 done, 40 for 1. The loss of Robson this morning. I think both of these have really made a big case this year. Second half of the season from De Carey's, getting back in the side. Holman has had a fine year all round, continuing his development as a bowling all-rounder, but indeed he is at 3 today, and there always was the debate whether he'd be a better batter or bowler long term. Well, he's up at 3 and he's been in at 4 already this year, second go at 3, but I think this will be a good marker this morning if one or both of these go on. Even if it might not be today, but if one of them do, it will be a real statement to say where they've pushed on in their career, because it is testing out there, there's no doubt about that. It's a decent bowling lineup, which Lewis Rees led from the pavilion end. He's back in now.
Yeah, good spell from Rory Hayden. His first in Championship cricket. He's been replaced by leading wicket taker Lewis Rees. And I think you're right, talking about Holman and De Carey's, two players who've had their moments, but neither have really managed to nail down the consistent spot in the Championship side. Both spinning all-rounders. But they've both got lots of ability with the bat. And Holman scoring his first class 100 earlier this season. Josh DeCary still waiting for his, but he's scored 300s in the seconds, so he's in form. Scored a big 100 in the seconds against Durham last week, and he's in the runs in the Metro Bank as well. Scored 350s the championship as well, so as I say, starting to put together a bit of a body of work, but he'll know that at some point he's really got to take one of these opportunities and go big.
Ooh. No swing on that one. I think that's what Holman was wary of there, that it might come swinging back in and clattering onto the pads. It's been a patient start from even that last little drive into the offside. They're open in the face. He didn't go too hard at it. Wait. Especially on a day like this when the ball's doing a bit. You don't want to be pushing hard after it, chasing it. There's the one that does come swinging back in. That was what he was wary of, the ball before. They're going to pick up a couple of leg byes for this. With the slope, that was tight. That was really tight. There's a little glimpse of leg stump in sight here as well.
Good decision there from the umpire. I think that one just carrying on with the arm, but it's something that Holman's got to be wary of, the one that does move back towards the stumps.
Well, it's a little bit of a surprise that neither of the last two swung. I didn't think the first one did, but I did think the second one swung late, and it didn't. As you say, it was missing leg. But then you see that last ball, he overcompensates, goes that little bit wider, and it hoops away. Would have been given for a little bit of swing on one of those two balls before. 42 for one.
There is a sweet spot somewhere where you just send it too far down the leg side, it can't come back, and then you send it too far outside the off and it causes no issues. But yeah, looking for that in-between line to get the umpires interested. We'll have another change in the bowling.
Yeah, been waiting a while. Let's have a look at Zach Chappell. He's had to wait his turn. Clearly the ploy has been to get him on at the nursery end rather than the pavilion end, with Rees and Hayden both given their go this morning at the pavilion end, while Aitchison got through his spell down below, and it was a really good spell as well, a spell that picked up Sam Robson, of course. Chappell, he'll be an interesting one on this though, that extra bit of height, a bit of zip, a bit of pace as well. Could be a test this. Well, it will be a test, but it could be a very big test. If Chappell gets going, the radar's good this morning, then it could be a pretty tough customer to face from that height. With the seam and swing that there is this morning, if he can get some extra lift off the surface to go with it. Bowled or played. Line that one up nicely. He was well tested by Aitchison this morning. To Carey's. We saw a few that he got squared up and opening the body towards the onside. It was then seaming and straightening on him. It was leaving the stumps a little exposed, but solidly in behind that one.
He's taken 27 wickets so far in the championship this season.
Cut away. That's a brilliant stop at backward point. Dahl in there, rolling to his left. Saves the boundary, saves all 4 runs.
27 wickets, Zach Chappell. A little bit expensive with it, averaging 40. And I just wonder whether the Kookaburra ball might have something to do with that.
Cuts that one in front of Dahl. No chance this time for the backward point fielder.
But then if he drops it short and wide like that, you can understand the wickets have cost what they have. Nicely put away there by Josh DeCary's. Width, short, nicely sent to the cover boundary.
There you go. That's the spot. Carries may well get another boundary, and he will. But Chappell with a feather in his cap for that one. Brings up the 50 for Middlesex. It's really hard this morning. Batted impressively to Carries, but heavily tested again there by Chappell. If he can leave it on that spot, then the batters are going to be in all sorts of trouble, because he'll get a little bit of natural lift as well as the seam movement that we've seen, and a little hint of swing as well. Someone again. Whether it's the same person, certainly by the way that he was so heavily pushing one to one side. Where could they have been? They must have been sat in the stairs, mustn't they, to have been close to being in line. 50 for 1 it is then, after 20, and so close for Chappell, but a couple of nice shots from De Carey's. He was denied by Dahl with the first cut, but not the second. First in, the bowler's bar today. It was packed yesterday, wasn't it? Been a fair number sunk by, was it 12 or so, I guess, when we went across to have a look. Check in with the bowler's bar yesterday, but a much quieter day at Lord's. Sadly today with the tube strike, it's meant that a good number that would have been here are not, which is a real shame. Pavilion's picked up a little. Now that's just nipped the other way from Rees. Off the surface. Just add to that little bit of doubt for the batters. And again. Just hinting that it might do a little more, that one. Yeah, it did, through the air. There you go, swung the other way, and he had to get bad on that. Crunched. A little bit of width, and Holman just alleviating a little bit of pressure there, and probably a little bit of tension in his shoulders, freed up with that one.
Yeah, there was a bit of meaning, a bit of venom in that shot from Holman. absolutely crunched to the cover point boundary. That'll do him the world of good. 5 from 22. And as we said, just that bit of width is where you can find a bit of joy as a batter on this pitch.
Oh, now. Did mid-off just go a little bit wider because point was dropped back? Either way, it's a lovely shot.
Back-to-back boundaries then for Holman. One off the back foot, and then sumptuous off drive on the front foot.
Beautifully played. You just see point. You won't see point out of sight. They might just see a shadow actually. But 2 slips, deepish gully. There's a point cover, and you can see how wide that fielder is that was at mid-off. Lovely follow-up from Rees. Lots to talk about in this over.
We see when you get it right, a tighter line, better length, and it's tricky for the batter to do much, but you drop it a fraction short, provide a bit of width, and the ball kind of sits up ready to be pounced on. I do think that this is a good wicket for batting. The margin for error for the bowlers is pretty small. I think Derbyshire bowlers generally today have been pretty good in denying Middlesex that width or anything too short.
Yeah, Rees had a couple in that over, didn't he? Where one seamed in, one swung in, both against the slopes. The left-handed Holman's that last ball, just in the air. It looked as though it might just start to swing in again, and it was like Holman was pushing at the end. Fair way away. Wary of whether it was to be the late swing or off the surface. We've certainly seen a couple jag. It's someone again now, whatever it is. And there's another one seaming back up the slope, this time from Chappell. But yeah, it was a big over that from Rees. There were 4 balls asking big questions, and then 2 balls crunch for boundaries.
Yeah, the first one absolutely asking to be hit short and wide outside the off stump. The second one, I think, maybe slightly full, but I think it was a terrific shot from Holman.
Well, it was, and the pain for it slightly for Derbyshire was the fact that, oh, that was another painful one. Just bounces off Martin Anderson there. He'll be into the attack at some point as well, of course. Single taken. But yeah, the painful part is they drop the point back as the result of the wide ball. Everybody shifts that little bit wider, and as you say, slightly over pitched, and mid-off probably the ball before would have been banging line to cut that drive off from Holman. So nice feeling for the batter. Not so much so for the skipper or the bowler. Chappell had a couple of loose ones down in his first over, didn't he? But I think this is his first look at Holman. Holman, yes, scratching away at the turf now, just marking out his guard. Chappell will come around the wicket to him. There's a deep square and a long leg set back. But it's offered wide outside off. Can get hold of it this time, Holman. I was going looking for it all right. There's a fair bit of bottom hand in that, I fancy, but not timed. He'll just get a couple. It's the spot, isn't it? Round the wicket. Off stump. Should mostly be in play. The theory. The left-hander's wary. As a result. Edged, and that's a great grab at slip. Keeper will give him a pat on the back there as well, because he's got a fair way to his right there at slip. Aitchison. And I just wonder whether the keeper will be buying him a beer for that tonight, because probably that's keeper's catch.
That's a fine bit of cricket from Derbyshire. Less so from Luke Holman. He's annoyed with himself. You can understand why he went for it. There was a bit of width on offer. Chappell coming round the wicket, and Holman thought that he had a bit of freedom to try and send that ball through the covers once more, but doesn't quite get the execution right. Thick outside edge. That's a great grab from Aitchison at slip. I think keeper and slip were, have got quite a chunky gap between them. I think they're trying to cover as much ground as they possibly can. And if you've got bucket hands like Aitchison to take that catch on the inside, then you're doing something right. So Holman goes, caught at slip for 11. Middlesex 61 for 2 after 22 overs, and Chappell on the scoreboard with his first wicket of the innings. And I think Luke Holman, who had battled quite strongly, had scored just 1 off 21 balls, and then got a couple of boundaries away off Rees. Thought he could do the same to Chappell, but this one, he doesn't quite get it right. Can understand the shot, but he doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, and that, as you say, there was a little bit of a gap there between slip and the keeper, but I fancy if that one had flown through and slip didn't move, we'd have been looking at guest rather than slip, because slip, you usually have your channel, don't you? To your right, it's, well, as he was stood there for the left-hander, to your right it's the keeper, to your left it's seconds.
I do think there was something about the fact that it was from round the wicket. I think that Aitchison was able to see it all the way.
That's a lovely shot from De Carey's. He's looked good this morning, hasn't he? He was tested by Aitchison to begin with, as you'd expect, and he's been tested by all, but starting to look in good nick.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot there from De Carey's, given that width and able to find the middle of the bat all the way to the longest boundary on the Warner side.
So Elias Deploy will wait for his first go at the non-striker's end. He's the, I said the big wicket Robson, but Still with all that experience, Sam Robson, former Test opener, he's still a main man, isn't he? But Lewis Deploy, brilliant career average, tremendous record, and against his former county now, of course, as well. Testing.
Lewis Deploy topped 600 runs so far this season, 614 in the championship, an average of 41. 5 half centuries and 100 to his name this season.
For 2 then, 23 overs gone. Hour and 8 minutes of the second morning. Middlesex need to get through to the afternoon, don't they? Would have been disappointed that it wasn't a 4-wicket morning yesterday. Have to be careful that it isn't one today. Morning coffees on the go there. In the Warner stand. It's nice from Chappell. First ball for Deploy. Chappell straight away onto the spot. Again, very simple game for him up here, but if you can leave it there, then there's plenty out there for the bowlers. And what feels key in this first innings is will Derbyshire be able to get amongst Middlesex before they've reached that 100 mark, before they get into the afternoon. Middlesex were playing catch-up yesterday, and catch-up they did, but 283 might start to feel like a pretty decent score if this is a 4-wicket morning for Derbyshire. Surprised yesterday when Derbyshire elected to bat first. And well, at lunch, their decision to do so looked absolutely right, but then Middlesex definitely picked up in the afternoon, as Toby Roland-Jones confirmed yesterday evening. Just talking about a bit of rustiness yesterday morning with the return to Championship cricket. Just an adjustment mid on. So second slip has got something in his line of sight at the nursery end, which he's looking all the way across through mid-on, and as you can see, there's a member of ground staff moving through there. They're closing up the gap. There's a food stand there, and I think there may have been a little glimmer on it, a little glint of sunshine that was putting off second slips. They've shut that door.
A little glimmer of a chicken wrap maybe. Catching the eye.
I live for such moments, to be honest. How long is it to lunch? A glimmer of a tuna sandwich soon enough for me.
Had a little glimmer of bright jet blonde hair yesterday evening on the way home. And it's not what you're thinking. It's
You're digging yourself a hole here.
Good friend of the cricket community. I was making my way on my bike with the tube strike, cycling over Vauxhall Bridge. And saw this figure strolling with purpose towards me. Thought I recognised that lustrous hair. And it was, of course, Mark Church. Churchy finished his day's work at the Oval, commentating on Surrey. And I'd like to say that I rushed past him. I did put out my hand to get a high five, and I think if I'd been Chris Froome, he might not have made it in time, but thankfully I don't move anywhere near that pace, and there was enough time for him to stick his hand out. I said, "Don't leave me hanging, Churchy, don't leave me hanging." And just at the last, he gave me a high five. So from one bit of commentary to another, we had a very brief moment after play on Vauxhall Bridge yesterday. He won't be listening to this, of course, because I'm sure he's on the mic himself right now, but it was lovely to see him.
Tricky day for Surrey yesterday, wasn't it? Unusual one at the Oval. Checking on those scores elsewhere. We haven't had a chance, really. It's been a different pace about this game this morning, hasn't it? It's not been a morning where you can take your eye off a single delivery here at Lord's, and that's a mark of how well Derbyshire bowls.
Yeah, it's been captivating and fascinating stuff, both because of the quality of Derbyshire's bowling and the way that they've managed to ask questions of these Middlesex batters. A couple of wickets already, but also it's been fascinating to see how the Middlesex batters are trying to approach this. In particular, Josh Takeri's 37 not out, who's been quite watchful, certainly outside the off stump, and just waited for the opportunity to score when it's either been a little too full or a little too wide. He's put the boundary away. But yes, a tricky day for Surrey yesterday, as you say. Bowled out for 246. Taking on the Bears, Warwickshire, who have moved to 174 for 6 themselves. Will Young, 54 not out. But yeah, just 72 runs behind, but only 4 wickets in hand. So looks like it's going to be a nip and tuck kind of game at the Oval this week.
Results pitch there, eh?
There's a little bit of rain around some of the games. Down at Hove, Hampshire were bowled out for 226, and things are not going so well for the home side. Sussex are 94 for 6. So finding things a bit tricky down at Hove. Kyle Abbott with 3 wickets in that one. There's a bit of rain in Worcester, so that game just a little bit truncated, but it's already moved along at pace. Worcestershire bowled out for 182 and Notts 96 for 2. Freddie McCann just moving to 50 not out, so 86 runs behind.
ball to end the over here, 69 for 2.
The last match in Division 1, Somerset against Yorkshire, that was spoiled by a bit of rain yesterday as well, so haven't moved on hugely there. Somerset 187 for 4 in the 60th over, so up and running down there in the West Country. And we'll skip across to Division 2, and Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. At Leicester, and Gloucestershire have just been bowled out for 482. So a big score there. Graham Van Buren with 101. And 50s for Charlesworth, Hammond, Bracey and Actor. Takes them up to 482. They've just been bowled out, so Leicestershire will get their first innings underway shortly. Down at Canterbury, Kent are taking on Lancashire. Kent dismissed for 293. And Lancashire in reply, 68 for 2. Marcus Harris and Luke Wells trying to get somewhere near that total. The game we're very interested in here. Team in second place at the moment in Division 2, Glamorgan. They were going well against Northamptonshire at Northampton yesterday. Asa Tribe, who in terrific form, got his double 100.
Lovely shot that. Typical deploy. Bat face looks so big when he brings it down. He finds the middle of it.
Yeah, lovely shot there from the captain. Just leant on it. All timing. Away for 4. Use the pace of Chappell. Yeah, in Northampton, double 100 for Asa Tribe. 206 from 297 balls. 31 fours and 2 sixes, so special innings from him. Third 100 in a row. In Morgan colours. Plays for Jersey as well, and he's been scoring runs for them. Everyone he's playing for at the moment, he seems to be reaching 3 figures, so big innings for him. 446 for 8. Mason Crane and James Harris, 2 wily old pros there. Squeezing a few more runs out as they go.
73 for 2 here. So, yeah. Big bonus points for Glamorgan, which will again strengthen their hopes playing in Division 1 next year. 3rd place Derbyshire, 4th place Middlesex. Somehow finding a way, hoping to find a way to grab that 2nd spot alongside Leicestershire going up.
Yeah, the hopes of both Derbyshire and Middlesex somewhat reliant on Glamorgan slipping up. Of course, Derbyshire face Glamorgan in their next game, so that'll have a big say in who gets that second spot.
No duel next week for Derbyshire. This is last game. It'll be a big blow for that fixture, but I have to say it's an impressive quartet of bowlers they've got. Seam attack of Rees, Aitchison, Chappell, and the debutant Hayden.
Yeah, they've been impressive so far. Looking forward to seeing Hayden's second spell as well.
And that's through and away, and it's a lovely shot from De Carey's as well as he moves into the 40s.
Yeah, really good bit of batting there from De Carey's. He's waited for opportunities to score. That one just a little bit over pitched and a little bit of width as well. Looking for that outside edge.
That's a great follow-up by Rees.
That's what he was looking for, the ball before. Slightly over pitched, this one just moving across De Carey's. Terrific bit of bowling. And De Carey's doing well just to play the line. Didn't follow it as it moved across him. Very easy just to send the hands away with trying to follow the ball. But it's been a good contest this morning between De Carey's and the Derbyshire bowlers. He's been patient. He's waited for the ball to come into his area, and he's been very strong off the front foot through the V, you would say. He's played some gorgeous straight drives and cover drives. Pounced on anything a little wide as well.
That's the fielder this time. He'll be disappointed there because that was probably the shot he had the most freedom with outside off. Just stretching for it slightly in the end. Again, he'd have been wary of it nipping back in, so he probably wasn't over-committing in getting across to it. Around the wicket to finish. Finishes at the dot ball thanks to a fine bit of fielding by Hayden. 77 for 2. Pictures taken in the backgrounds. Obviously the partnership between Deploy and De Carey's. Come on, liners up. Over the shoulder. Tour taking place in the grandstand. Tour de force. Zach Chappell when he gets going. Big man, a big threat. And when he first arrived on the scene, there was big potential seen in him. Leg side on that one though, tucked away. That's fine for 4. Forced to begin the over, but he's tightened it up there after Chappell. 81 for 2. The big wicket and the solid start. Josh Carey's given this a really good start here. 74 balls, 41 deliveries. Did say if he or Holman, from a Middlesex perspective, ideally both, but if either of them could go on, it would be a really good morning to just confirm the ability, the potential that they've kicked on, and the maturity as well from one or both of them. I think Carey's has done a really excellent job here. Testing a few overs last night. Really tricky to navigate, and this morning just a hint of more seam movement today than there was yesterday. Whether this ball will play similarly to the one that Middlesex had yesterday and swing more after lunch once the lacquer starts to come off one side. It's as much once one side starts to get a little bit more rough, isn't it? Nice from Hayden. Looking to tail that one down the slope. Not as close as the slips were suggesting, I don't think. It did a bit, but it started wide enough. Quite sure that got up. Fortunately, no damage done. That short from Hayden, but yeah, it didn't quite get up as Carey's was expecting. So 5 overs to begin with for Hayden this morning from the pavilion, and back on replacing Rees, who'd have had just under an hour from the top end here at Lord's. Not done much wrong this morning, Derbyshire. I think their lines and their lengths have been pretty good. Didn't offer up as many 4 balls as Middlesex did, however, I probably feel that they still probably had another level in them slightly in terms of their accuracy, which they started well with. They carried a lot of threat early on. You felt there was a wicket in it at any moment, but again, a huge amount of credit has to go to Josh Carey's, and similarly so deploy now. 82 for 2.
Yeah, another good over from Rory Hayden on championship debut. He's really been quite impressive. 3 maidens already, and looks like he's got a good radar. The question is, can he get the ball moving sideways? Some good accuracy. But it's those balls that can just nip this way or that which cause the real problems. Takes the wickets. That's what did for Sam Robson. Even LBW beaten on by the outside edge as the ball just held its line up the slope. Another change of bowling from the nursery end. Anuj Dal is going to come on. See if he can find a third wicket of the morning for Derbyshire and really make it their session.
Interesting to see how he goes. A little bit more in the Ryan Higgins mould, isn't he? That not quite as tall as the others, not quite as quick. Skid it through though. Look for a little bit of movement, not quite as quick as Higgins. Bowling into the wind, looking for a bit of a way swing. There's only one slip and a gully. It was at this point yesterday that Middlesex turned to Zafar Gohar, of course, but at that point it was almost to bring a little bit of control. Boundary counters undoubtedly irking the skipper deploy. That's roughly the length that Dahl will want to operate. Really coming onto the bat there for Carey's to go full-blooded, go hard at it and try and pierce extra cover and mid-off. Tries to thread the gap as best he can. In fact, there you go, they're bringing in another cover. Gully move into that extra cover position.
Yeah, so looking to keep Carey's driving. Hoping that maybe he just gets the timing wrong. Maybe the ball sticks in the pitch a little bit.
Let's give him the chance with the length of that one, just to wait a little bit and ease into the offside. Yeah, Toby Roland-Jones confirmed last night what we suspected. It's a fraction on the slow side, this surface, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think a Lord's pitch that's a fraction on the slow side really is going to cause a few problems for what you're trying to do as a fast bowler. We saw Ollie Stode, for example, try and test out the middle of the pitch on a couple of occasions. He wanted to try and use the bouncer to good effect, but it just sort of sat up, didn't it, and asked to be hit rather than hurrying the batter. And that's just a lack of pace in the pitch, and we saw that a couple of times. So we also saw there was one or two sort of half chances for caught and bowled, one for Roland-Jones himself where he almost got down to a catch.
And a whip there, and deploy happily takes the single.
So you can understand the plan or the theory that maybe the ball might just stick a little bit, might not quite come onto the batters quickly, and that's when the might just pop up and offer a chance to want to do a short cover or a short mid wicket. And of course just getting those fielders in the batter's eye line makes it a bit more of a challenge.
Lovely ball. That's it, that's the line, that's the length, just there. Pick up 3. Carey's on to 46. Been too many hairy, scary moments for the Careys, and it's interesting that it's Dahl that comes on and finds one of the most testing moments of the morning for him.
Yeah, just a little bit of shape there. Ball coming down the slope a little bit, maybe.
Oh, and then well, I was going to make that further comment that although if it is a fraction on the slow side, the bowlers can't complain. There's enough in it, and to some extent we're almost questioning whether Middlesex allowed Derbyshire to get too many in 283. Look at that. seam and bounce up the slope from around the wicket from Dahl. And that does make 283 look that little bit bigger again, doesn't it? So, yeah, if it's a fraction on the slow side, that's why yesterday I was tentative about saying it. Toby Roland-Jones said it yesterday evening. But it's seaming, it's swinging. And the bowlers, if they keep it on the spot, they're on top. You know, there's a real, not just on top, but there's a real threat. So it's a pretty decent cricket wicket, this one, if 283 were fancy, and if Middlesex had have started the day as they started the afternoon session, it could have been an awful lot more, an awful lot fewer than 283. An awful lot more wickets early on for Middlesex. Similarly here, Middlesex need to be a little bit careful, still trailing by 194. If they can get through to lunch 2 down, I think they'll have done really well.
Yeah, just 20 minutes or so to go until lunch. So you think they'd get past the 100 mark, and 100 for 2 would be a very good morning's work for them, especially if the Careys can continue what's been a very promising innings so far.
Whatever the score is at lunch, that wickets column, it's going to be a fascinating afternoon, because Derbyshire, not in the same way as Middlesex required that reset at lunch yesterday, but I think they'll be saying to themselves, listen, you bowled really, really well. Don't let all that hard work go to waste by letting Middlesex get on top in the afternoon. There's plenty in it. As we saw yesterday, that ball will swing, should swing. Interesting. It feels like it's been more seam than swing today so far. And this fella has found a little bit of it, and he's found another one there. Hayden with his first class wicket, and he's got the set batter in De Careys, just shy of another 50 for De Careys. Fine effort from him, a good start for Middlesex, but it's a big wicket with lunch approaching.
Yeah, good bit of bowling here from Hayden. De Careys just playing a little bit away from the body, and it was only the merest of edges. And he sort of looks at the umpire as if to suggest he wasn't quite convinced whether or not he'd hit that, but if there was a little sound, it could only have been the bat. And a promising innings from De Careys is over. 46 from 85. He looks particularly disappointed with that. He was batting nicely. Just stopped for a moment for a drink before that over. And maybe just a little bit of rhythm, but he batted nicely up until that point. So he's gone for 46, 89 for 3, and what a special moment for Rory Hayden, picking up your first championship wicket at Lord's, and you help your team by removing the set batter, and all of a sudden 3 wickets in the session for Derbyshire, and with time to add, it does look like the momentum has shifted in their direction. And I've got to say, for young Rory Hayden, that is no less than he's deserved. I do think he has bowled particularly well on debut. First time at this magnificent old ground, and he has delivered absolutely superbly.
Ryan Higgins, the new batter, in at 5 for Middlesex. And in the runs, but a little edgily. Down to deep third. He'll have a boundary. Gave a little pat on the back for Hayden as he walked back past. That was nice from Higgins. ball. Challenging that off stump again. Yeah, 22 years of age, Hayden. I was told he's nippy, he's very accurate, and he's a real prospect. So my question then was, well, 22 years of age, where's he been? Plying his trade in Staffordshire, and you have to say, what have the scouts been up to of various counties then? Because he hasn't looked out of place at all. You wouldn't have thought this was the debut boy at all. He's looked serious part of the attack. There again, one-handed from Higgins. He's just relentlessly hit that channel, hasn't he? I think that's how he got to Carey's.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been consistent, just probing away on round off stump, and that's what he's done this morning. He's got his reward with the wicket of De Carey's, but keeps probing.
Pushing a little fuller, and Higgins was happy to push it back at him, but hands on it tonight. Higgins only runs. Here's the wicket. Now, De Carey's is pushing a little away from his body here, outside off, but there was a ball that seemed back in from wider than that, and just it was wide enough from outside off.
Just the merest hint of movement away from De Carey's. I'm not sure he's convinced that he hit it, just judging by his reaction. Not sure if there was much of a sound.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, whether he did or didn't at this stage now, I couldn't tell whether the reaction was just, no, almost hope you get away with it, whether it was the finest of edges or not, but yeah, whether it was disappointing that he didn't hit it. But it was that ball, it was either first, second or third back of this spell from Hayden at the pavilion end, his second spell. It came back from a fairway outside off, and it missed off by a fairway, but it did come back to an extent that I think that was the ball he was playing. That was the ball he was wary of, because if that one came back in the same way, then off certainly out the ground, and middle might have been as well.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that he played that. I mean, De Carey's have been leaving so well outside the off stump throughout his innings, with that extravagant leave and turn, and a sign that he's really focused, really concentrating on making sure that he got himself in.
That's through. Nicely played by Deploy. Played late. There is a sweeper out there, so it's just a couple.
And then I just think it's interesting in the way that batters adapt and evolve as their innings gets going, and De Carey's had looked really quite comfortable. He'd looked very well set, and happy to play it more than previously. Maybe not, I'm saying not less watchful, but just maybe feeling as though he can access more deliveries. And I think that's probably what happened there. But Derbyshire looking at the ball, I think that there's something not quite right, perhaps slightly out of shape. They're going to check if it goes through the hole. James Treadwell there sends it through enough times. He's happy.
You're on with it.
Peter Hartley also happy with it. Two bowlers there, and they've got no interest in changing it just yet, so on we go.
Yeah, so it was swinging just after lunch yesterday, wasn't it, for Middlesex? So around that, I do say with the Duke's ball that around 30 overs, some balls will come to life. Now it might have just been that ball yesterday, whether it's this match situation, the balls will react the same way. You can never guarantee that they will. But I'm sure Derbyshire will be keen that there is that bit of swing between the 30th and 50th, 60th over of the innings still, before the ball really dies off thereafter. So first little look, first question of the umpire, can we get this one replaced? But the carries on as well. You can imagine there was a big hoo-ha behind the stumps when that ball nipped back from outside off. I'd say it was at least a ball's width away from the off stump, even as it nipped back. But Lewis Deploy came down the track and said something to the carries as the hoo-ha was going on behind the stump about how close it was, when it wasn't that close, but it did seem a lot. So I'd love to know what Deploy said. Either, yeah, it seemed a bit, but it was wide enough, it was a good leave. I just fancy that's exactly why De Carries was pushing at the one that he did. One of those ones you just one of those moments when you wish the batters were mic'd up to know what Deploy had said to him when he walked down. I mean, so often we sit here and look at them and say, oh, I wonder what they're nattering about now, and it's usually about where they're eating that evening or whatever, but certainly when a batter walks down from the non-strikers then mid-over to say something, scratch away at the surface and just pass a word to his mate, you'd love to know what it was. 97 for 3. Middlesex's player of the year for a couple of years on the bounce now, Higgins. Joint leading wicket taker in the division with Lewis Rees and Toby Roland-Jones. And he'll be keen to be in amongst the rungs again. He said he was short them at the start of the season. Particularly noted it so much, an all-rounder will go up and down through those troughs, more with the ball than the bat, more with the bat than the ball. But they could do with some runs from him today.
Yeah, well, he's put that one away quite nicely. I think that's the first genuine long hop from Hayden, short and wide outside the off stump, asking to be hit. I think, can't remember him offering any more as Middlesex bring up the 100. (101 for 3 in the 33rd. So I think just the second boundary off Hayden's bowling. The first was a thick outside edge, and then that one cut away fairly comfortably by Ryan Higgins. But I was just thinking, obviously looking to get the ball changed, and I wonder with that certain umpires whether they are, I mean, I know they have the, they call them the not calipers, but the ball gauge to work out whether it's out of shape or not, which gives them an idea. But sometimes I think even if there's a little bit of an issue, some umpires are just not interested. They just, as you say, get on with it. I do wonder about Peter Hartley, as a former fast bowler himself, whether he's got sympathy with the bowlers in that, where why should they be bowling with this misshapen mango, or actually whether he's from a generation that says, you know, what are you talking about, you know, just get on with it.
Oh, there's a little bit of a gate there, wasn't there, with it? Rattles off the gate posts.
Because I do think, I mean, it's great to see, obviously, James Treadwell, more recently retired, becoming an umpire, and think about the more recent an umpire you have, the more aware they are of all the tricks and the skullduggery, by which I mean just trying to, you know, do whatever you can to get the best ball to in your bowler's hands. Just it feels as though there's been so many attempts at ball changes in Championship cricket, in Test cricket, that if the ball isn't doing what they want, it's got nothing to do with the bowlers, it's all the ball. I think this ball's doing just fine for Derbyshire here today.
The game down at Glamorgan for Middlesex earlier this year, down at Cardiff, Glamorgan winning that match. They had a ball that was doing all sorts, and they had Glamorgan in a lot of trouble, and they got the ball changed. And
why?
Well, apparently it was the shape of an egg. It was really out of shape. But the question was, and of course the replacement ball that they got didn't do out. That's away edgily from Deploy. He was slashing at it though, just the slip in place. It was almost a dismissive slash.
Yeah, a bit of width again. Now to free the arms, and maybe not quite where he intended, maybe a little further behind square, but the result's still the same. I do wonder sometimes if the ball is shaped like an egg and you're bowling with it, isn't that likely to do some pretty unusual things?
Well, that was the point that day, and you know I was privy that evening, sat in the bar, and the question was asked by the coaching staff politely to the bowlers when they'd wandered back in after a curry. So lads, that ball that was doing a bit this morning, you know when he got it replaced, I know it was really bad, it was so badly out of shape. Yeah, but it was doing a bit though, wasn't it? Yeah, whether bowlers can get a little bit too obsessed by it, a little bit too precious about it. It's not perfectly round anymore, it's out of shape. And I get it that, you know, it can all, you're used to feeling that round shape in your hand. If it's a little bit misshapen, it can start to get into your mind as the bowlers, but they were on top and it was doing a lot that morning, and as soon as the replacement ball came, it was gun barrel straight and nothing was happening. Morgan go on and win the game, and it's just one of those small moments across the season, isn't it, where you look back. Richard Johnson was still in position at that point, and where Middlesex were on top in the passage of play at that moment and then go on and lose the game, you can imagine. The poor old coach will be walking on his morning walk, still kicks a stone every now and again, thinks, why did they get that ball changed?
I do think with cricket as well, there are so many variables that go into conditions, whether it's the pitch, whether it's the ball, whether it's the atmosphere, the sun, the wind, all those different aspects, and that's before you've even got to the competitors themselves and how they're feeling, how they're bowling, their skills, their qualities. And I do think sometimes the speed with which players are sort of ready to take umbrage with some element, some aspect, and ultimately it's, you know, just about delivering your skills as well as you can.
Last over before lunch. We said it should have been a 4-wicket morning, or it felt like a 4-wicket morning yesterday. Still could be one this morning. 5 balls to go with the session. 5 for 3. Be about an even morning, I'd say.
Yeah, it feels just about even. I would say Derbyshire will be pretty happy to have seen the back of De Carey's. He had looked very comfortable up against the challenge that Derbyshire seamers are offering. I did think that maybe today was his day. And I think that when you look at the two senior, or I say senior, the two batters that Middlesex are missing in Williamson and Holden, are both unavailable, both unwell. You just get a sense that this is a little bit more damage than a kind of 3 wickets down otherwise would be.
Well, I think this is the partnership now for Middlesex. I think this is the big pairing. Higgins and Deploy in that middle order. The top three, to some extent, have done their job. 35 overs. Obviously, one of them would have liked to have gone on, and that being De Carey's. But these are the two that I think can really boss an innings, boss a bowling attack. They've got some destructive batters to come, Middlesex. Geddes, phenomenal striker of the ball. Cracknell has shown his worth again this year, and then Gohar, Roland-Jones and Morgan, who's quite the 8, 9 and 10. But I think this is the pairing that could do a lot of damage. If they could get a 4th wicket now, either of these two, then that would be undoubtedly Derbyshire's morning. You're right, because they've got the runs on the board as well. So, you know, 178 ahead. We were talking at lunch yesterday about a reset for Middlesex and coming out, and all of a sudden, well, all right, 100 for 1 at lunch, but you could have them 120 for 3 20 minutes into the session, and it changes things. That's why, as you say, if you had to push it slightly to one side or the other this morning, it'd be Derbyshire, wouldn't it? Silly mid-on in place there for Higgins. He'll get that single, and that'll finish the session. But yeah, Middlesex now will have to come out after lunch today and not be 120 for 5, which then would be a big problem.
Yeah, it's been a captivating contest at the start of day 2. Derbyshire have bowled pretty well and kept the lid on Middlesex's scoring, operating at just around 3 and over. But they've got those 3 wickets, and they'll be looking to keep the pressure on after lunch. But 106 for 3 here at Lord's after 35 overs. Middlesex 177 behind Derbyshire, with 2 more captivating sessions to come.
Absolutely. I think it will be a really telling afternoon today. Will it be the best day to bat? We'll find out after lunch. Join us back on the live stream here at Lord's. Dean Wilson, myself, Kevin Hand. Stream brought to you in association with Tafabet. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, the live stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Middlesex making their way out to the middle with Ryan Higgins and Leas Deploy. 106 for 3 after 35 overs. It was a tricky morning for the hosts. Derbyshire playing their part with the ball today. A little bit of seam. In fact, there was a lot of seam, a little bit of swing. Not a great deal of pace in the pitch, but then there's plenty in it for the bowlers out there in this game, but you've got to keep it on the spot, and that's what Derbyshire did better this morning than Middlesex did yesterday. How they'll go this afternoon now really is going to be crucial after Middlesex's fight back with the ball after lunch on day one. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Dean Wilson's alongside me for this one.
Yeah, afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. It's going to be a fascinating session, this one. You just sense that the game, maybe even the season, hinges on what happens over the next couple of hours here. Middlesex really needing to get themselves, or get their noses in front, get the momentum swinging their way. As we've talked about, trying to score once, score big, and put some pressure back on Derbyshire. But the Derbyshire bowlers have been really good so far. They've been really consistent, asking lots of questions. And I think they'll be looking to do something similar to Middlesex that Toby Roland-Jones did to them yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly that. I'd say at the moment that's probably the difference, or the point of difference between the sides. Can somebody this afternoon have the purple patch that Roland-Jones had yesterday, which really blew apart the Derbyshire top order? They were topping it up in the end, 2-8-3 all out. Aitchison, I thought, bowled the best this morning. He carried the most threat regularly, and he'll start up from the nursery end after lunch. Straight back on the spot as well.
Well, you know how much I hate to disagree with you, Kevin, but I think I will on this occasion. I thought that Rory Hayden was the one who really impressed me on debut. Picked up a wicket, but was just probing throughout. Really accurate. I think he bowled one real 4-ball throughout his two spells. But I think the fact that Derbyshire have got two bowlers that you and I could both make a very strong case for in terms of being on the money goes to show how well they've coped with the conditions and made life difficult for Middlesex.
And neither of those two include the leading wicket taker in Division 2 or the man who was looked on as a pretty big England prospect in Chappell. So that marks just how good a quartet these are for Derbyshire. I've been really impressed by the 4 they put out. And you've got Anish Dahl as a fifth seamer and Martin Anderson to turn his arm over at some point. You'd have thought, you'd be surprised if he doesn't, and sooner rather than later, because against his former county you wouldn't bet against him.
Yeah, no, what I've liked about the way Derbyshire have bowled in this innings has been their patience. There hasn't been too many freebies. There's been the odd bit of width that has been punished, and the odd outside edge that's run away down to third man and things like that, but really they've been fairly consistent. So I think they will just continue with that work, probing away and seeing whether Middlesex can try and take the attack to them. Right now though, this pair just need to build something here for Middlesex, try and give them that real foundation to go past Derbyshire.
A little bit of width. Sweepers back at deep points. Morley, who may well be turning his arm over at some stage as well. It's 108 for 3. Derbyshire just past 100, with 1 down at lunch yesterday. First thing this morning we fancied that Hayden had Robson stone dead with an appeal that was turned down. It's a nice ball. There's the channel. They just need to leave it in. Aitchison then had a couple, didn't he? And the first of which I thought was a good shout, the second less so. And then the fourth one that Robson fell to may well indeed been the one that he wasn't out to, but probably rode his luck a little with the 2 early appeals against him. It was a good start. They built the pressure. They probably just tailed off a little bit with that pressure at the end of that session. But they did pick up to Carey's crucially, and it was the man who's about to be throwing the ball again at the pavilion ends, Hayden, and I think that probably backs up both of us that they've gone to their 2 best bowlers after lunch.
Yeah, the contest starts here, doesn't it, between the 2 of them. Both been really impressive. But Hayden, for me, as a young lad on debut, he's really caught my eye.
3-year contract for Hayden. As I say, my response when I was here in first class debut, really excited about him, lots of potential. 22 years of age, or what are the scouts been doing at the counties? But of course, players can be late bloomers, can't they? They can kick on. Whether that's been the story.
Yeah, you'd think that they had an eye on him for a little while. But sometimes it takes a bit longer to emerge.
Now, that did not get up.
Also, as a 20, 21-year-old, as a fast bowler, there's always those growing pains, time to fill out, get stronger, more robust, all those sorts of things. Zach Chappell will know all about that, having burst on the scene 10 years ago now, I think. I was looking at Chappell's records. 2015 was the summer he seemed to play, or start playing in the professional game as a 19-year-old. And as you say, lots of noise about. I remember lots of noise about him, about the pace that he bowled at. He clocked a record pace at the indoor school at Loughborough. Not sure how well that was all calibrated. But he certainly had real pace about him, and you can see that he still has enough to trouble the batters. But also, just looking at Chappell's career, how he's had a variety of injury issues over the 10 years that he's been playing, and actually it's only in the last 3 years that you can kind of see consistency in workload, in number of games and number of balls being bowled. Sometimes it just takes a while for the body to feel robust enough to be able to do the work. So he's played more cricket, more first-class cricket this summer than at any other time in his career. He bowled more balls in first-class cricket this year than in any other year in the last 10. So at 29, he's maybe making the most of those growing pains.
Single to in the over on 111 for 3.
Never know when you might need a 12thers.
He's ready. Full kit. Tavern stand, much like the Allen stand, not there for much longer, so to make the most of it.
I don't know if it's still the case, but when I was a kid, I can remember more than one occasion turning up to watch county cricket in my full whites. Not because I thought I'd be getting a game, but that was what you did. You were going to cricket, so you dressed like a cricketer. That was the done thing. If you're going to watch football, you put your football kit on. So I wonder whether that it feels instinctively that doesn't really happen anymore. But obviously that gentleman there showing still the way to do it. Made an over there from Aitchison. More tight and accurate stuff. 111 for 3. Couple of builders there working on the old screens where we used to have the scoreboard and the replay screen next to the pavilion. That the Allen stand being ripped down this winter.
Down the ground it goes, bumped away by Higgins, just slightly overpitched on that one from Hayden. Found the edge of Higgins' bat first ball. After picking up to Carey's and got a pat on the back from Higgins on his way back past for his troubles.
Lovely shot there. Straight drive. We saw a couple of those from the Carey's during his innings of 46, and that one from Ryan Higgins as good as any. So we saw the chairs being removed from the Allen stand steadily yesterday. They've all gone today, and they're now working their way round the front of the tavern stand.
Leg side and tucked away for 4. Short boundary there, downhill all the way. 2 set back. No chance of cutting that off though.
I like this is all timing from Higgins. Just angled in on the pads from Hayden. And he's just flicked that off that front pad. 2 men set back to try and protect that short boundary. And he splits them perfectly. So 2 boundaries from this over so far from Rory Hayden.
On 19 for 3, sun starting to break through again at Lord's this afternoon. A little bit more cloud cover today than there was on day 1. There was a heavy rain shower that passed to the south of the ground yesterday. It's the threat of an odd shower, but only light ones today. No sign of them just yet. Umpires having a look at the ball again. Now, first, and it looks as though they've got their way this time. It's not going through. We had this conversation before lunch. They'd made their effort to get it changed then, and actually I did feel that where it had offered a fair bit of threat this morning, that ball the first hour, the second hour of the morning, didn't feel as though it was doing as much, and where the ball was swinging around a fair bit yesterday afternoon under sunny skies for Middlesex. That bit of seam that was offered by this one, there was nowhere near as much noticeable swing, certainly not around this 40 over mark.
And just a pure coincidence that the over that the ball gets hit for 2 boundaries. There's an issue with the ball, must be changed. Pure coincidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they'll hope that this one hoops. But it was doing a lot from Roland-Jones in particular, the in-swing from the pavilion end. Higgins, of course.
I mean, we can see the umpires there having a good look and they're trying to find a ball that's of similar condition as the one that they're replacing. But I mean, it kind of looks like they're picking fruit at the moment, just trying to see which avocado's just ripe enough. And yeah, looks like we can get some smashed avo on toast with this one. Here we go. We'll pick that one, and the umpires then make that call. I mean, I do find it's a curious thing having the umpires there rummaging around a box of balls trying to work out whether or not they're good enough. And of course, if the ball's 39 overs old, in many ways you wonder whether they could just they could get balls that are like these are 30 to 39 overs old, these are 40 to 49 overs old, and just, it doesn't really matter which one you pick. But of course it's not about the amount of time or the amount of overs that have been worked on a ball, because some balls are in better condition over a longer period of time, and in a worse condition over a short period of time. So it is a very subjective thing, trying to marry and match up one ball to another. But I look at a game like baseball, maybe the closest comparison, and they don't really care what ball it is. They could use a different ball for every pitch. They just get another one out the bag and off they go.
Didn't feel as though it got up. It was toe end of the bat for Deploy. He'll get a single for it.
I'm aware that obviously there's a lot more for a cricket ball to do than a baseball. I mean, the fact that it touches the pitch on its way through makes a huge difference, of course. But it's I find it quite amusing the ease with which they just toss one, or give the give a baseball to the crowd and just play with another. Like a golf ball. Players just fancy using a different ball, just no problem. They'll toss one to the kids or sign one to the spectator that they just bopped on the head who's watching on the sides. But you can't do that in cricket. Got to be very, very particular about what ball you use. Trying to get a bit of swing, trying to get a bit of seam movement. It's all part of the game. As a fielding side, when you've asked the question, when you've implored the umpire to make that change, and then you get a new ball in your hand, you're desperate to see it move. Please be a good ball.
Played that as though it straightened on him and squared him up. There you go, little signal from the hand.
Of course, a different ball just means another little something for the batter to get used to. Part of getting yourself in is getting accustomed to the conditions. Quick single there for Higgins. But you're trying to get accustomed to the conditions. You're trying to get used to the light, get used to the pace of the ball, the way that the ball reacts off the pitch, and then you get a different ball into the mix. You've got to maybe just do your calibrations again, just make sure that you're as comfortable with that ball as you were with the last. It's just something for this pair to think about.
Oh, now that's deploy. Doing what deploy does, a use of the feet. He will be aggressive, he will come down the track, and he will look to dominate.
Well, he's decided there's nothing about this change of ball that's going to affect the way that he's playing. Looking to take the attack to Aitchison. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it or make connection. Tasty.
An American cop show the amount of donuts on display there.
He's really studying that donut. Is there enough filling in there for his liking? He's going to go in for a second bite. Seems happy enough.
What are the things the American cops are always trying to buy in their break? Twinkies or something?
Oh, he's not, well, hang on. He's not that happy. I think yeah, he's a bit concerned about the filling there.
DRS?
He tried to palm it off to his partner. He wasn't having any of it.
They've got a filling though, haven't they?
He's giving that a good once over.
What are the American things then? They're not donuts, are they?
Twinkies are a sort of, I think they've got a sort of marshmallowy filling. Come in a wrapper, and another type of a baked good, but those are donuts. And
oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look,
oh,
he's going for it.
There we go. There we go. I think we've worked out the problem there. That the filling was just a little too narrowly distributed. We've found the problem. I think the filling was just a little bit too concentrated in one channel of the donut, and he needed some spreading into other parts just to maybe just a little too dry around the edges. Had a bit of moisture, and I think he's going to be a lot happier with things now. That was a real masterclass in donut eating.
To be fair, with the commentator Cam in the box, we could be stitched up an awful lot by director Danny at the back, couldn't we? He's done us proud over the years.
Is that why you've got your bowl of fruit proudly placed in front of you?
Not a Twinkie in sight.
That fruit hasn't diminished at all in the last couple of days. So interesting.
Yeah, it's just for display, it's not real. It's just in case the doctor tunes in. I've been told I've got to get the cholesterol down. Lord's cake is bad for you, isn't it? It's too much for it throughout the summer.
You know you don't have to eat it.
Cholesterol count will be down again by the end of next March and go flying up again by the end of next May.
Hayden round the wicket. Deploy very much equal to it. 22 not out and 23 not out to Higgins. So these two batting quite nicely together out there. 35 is the partnership. And I think they recognise that even with the likes of Geddes and Cracknell still to come, really they want to have a significantly bigger score before the next wicket falls, and they're working well in trying to get there.
Lime and coconut cake yesterday. I mean, you can't resist that, can you?
Well, as I said, you don't have to. I mean, I did, but you don't have to.
Have you had the red velvet cheesecake yet? That's the pick of the pile so far.
Not yet. I think I might be turning up throughout the winter in the hope that they might put something out. They do look after us here very well at Lord's. Onion soup for lunch today. Very tasty indeed. We've been hearing about the redevelopments going on in the pavilion over the winter. There are going to be some more work being done to the players, changing areas, but also to the kitchen areas for the dining room. They already provide an incredible spread for the players. There's going to be some upgrades going on in the kitchen and service areas, so maybe even more choice available for the players next year, if that's even possible. For years I'd heard all about the quality of the offerings up in the players' dining room here, and was lucky enough to experience it last year in person, and it was rather magnificent. The selection just as good as any central London restaurant I think you'll find. Maybe slightly fewer options on the wine list, but apart from that, it was quite incredible. You expect nothing less from Lords. Going to be a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Rory Hayden, just a couple of overs for him. I do wonder whether it's not so much tiredness from bowling those 12 overs, but it's the emotional exertion and the mental exertion that goes with it that comes on debut as Chappell takes over. And you can kind of see there are, as we talked about, a couple of 4 balls in his previous over which he just didn't bowl in the first 10 overs of the day that he sent down, and just wonder whether all the pent up energy and excitement that you're going to have on debut and wanting to perform, that all does take its toll.
For 2 here. Yeah, exactly that. We talked about it yesterday with Middlesex being a little bit rusty in the morning session, getting back into the swing of red ball bowling, and I can't remember the exact term, phrase, or the words that Roland-Jones used last night, but it was along the lines of the rhythm of a 6, 7, 8 over spell. Just a single on this one for deploy. And they got there in the afternoon. They got back into the rhythm. They shook off that rustiness. But for the youngster, it's the flip side, isn't it? It's that excited energy of the morning, and now in the afternoon, oh, hold on a minute, now you've got to find that second win, because of course he just hasn't experienced this before. Whereas Middlesex are able to get back into that rhythm, that almost muscle memory, isn't it, of a bowling spell, a long day in the field, and how you go about it. Yeah, the youngster's got to find a way. I'll have to put an arm around him and channel that energy and enthusiasm of this morning that went so well. I think this is a good move though, switching Chappell to the pavilion end. They held him back this morning and he replaced Aitchison at the nursery ends, but it is the strike bowler's end at Lords, the pavilion end, isn't it?
It is, but I think that you've got to bowl well to make the most of it, and I think we're in this period now into the session, and we've identified, we know that this is a really crucial session in the game. Derbyshire looking for that partnership breaker, but this pair also knowing that they've got to keep scoring, they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Yes, if they have the opportunity to go on the attack, then take it, but they don't want to let Derbyshire in here.
Through it goes. Knitted that one through, and they'll get back for the third. Will they? Big boundary up towards the Warner Stand. It probably was there, but conserving energy. Lowering the risk. 129 for 3.
Yeah, 5 runs from that over without taking any risks really at all. And I think that's the way that this pair just need to keep going about things, keep picking up those runs. Now, not quite the same as the donut eaters. Slight envious glances, I think, there from those either side. But I think we're in a phase of the game now that this pair will feel as though they're in. Got a good feel of the Derbyshire bowlers. There are gaps and runs to be had. Don't have to be uber aggressive, but they want to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Oh, it's slipped through. Push through again, but the sweeper is back. Stahl out there.
Over 430 runs this season for Ryan Higgins, but still yet to pass 3 figures. Couple of 50s.
Tumbling stop, they'll get back for. Oh, yes, no, goodness me. They were turning for the seconds. Deploy sent Higgins back in the end. Whether one of them's carrying a slight niggle or a slight knock that we don't know about, because that's a couple now where you thought, ooh, I haven't even considered the next run. And Deploy's come down to have a chat with Higgins as a result of that one, or whether it is just lower risk. Last thing we need is it doesn't seem to be any sort of problem there for either of them running.
Yeah. Be a slight downturn in the batting fortunes of Higgins this season. You mentioned, Kevin, he's been Middlesex Player of the Year for a couple of years running now. All-round performer. Scored almost 1,000 runs in 23, 955. An average of a tick under 42. But then last year, what a year he had with the bat. Scored over 1,100 runs, an average of almost 71 with 500s. And so when you put up those kind of numbers, to still be looking for your first 100 of the season at this stage feels slightly odd, but that being said, he's been contributing with the ball, leading wicket taker in the division, so there's no doubt that Ryan Higgins is still worth his weight in gold. And who knows, maybe today's his day with the bat. .100 so far in the season for Lewis Deploy. But he certainly is capable of scoring heavily. magnificent summer in 2023, where he scored 400s, scored over 1,200 runs, averaged almost 83, averaged 50 last year, 950 runs, and he's averaging almost 41 this time around.
Lovely shot, just opens the face, waiting on it, Higgins. Square of the wicket it goes. Will it go all the way? It will indeed.
Yeah, good placement there from Ryan Higgins. See, he just opens the face, playing that square drive, beats the man at backward point. Just did a quick outfield here at Lord's, just using the pace of Zach Chappell. Runs away for 4, moves to 31.
Now he's got him. Higgins has a swish, and Chappell's change of ends does the trick. His first wicket, and a big one as well. Higgins and Deploy were just getting set.
Yeah, big edge there from Ryan Higgins, playing well away from his body. Doesn't quite get over to it, and I think he'll be a little frustrated with that one. A little loose just outside the off stump, but Chappell gets his man. Higgins has to go for 31. Middlesex 137 for 4. Just as they were building something together, Higgins and Deploy, Zach Chappell comes up with his second wicket of the game. And Ben Geddes, the man, makes his way out towards the middle to join his captain. But that feels like a big moment for Derbyshire, just as the session was starting to shift in Middlesex's direction. Derbyshire has managed to break the partnership, and they're going to have to start again and start building. But already Middlesex 4 down, and it feels like a big wicket. Ryan Higgins gone.
I suppose as such, these are the last of the two recognised batters. Then the keeper, Cracknell, who got his maiden first-class ton this year. An array of all-rounders thereafter. How they'll come in between Gohar, Morgan and Roland-Jones, we'll have to wait and see. But it's tipping point time, isn't it? This afternoon session likely to play a big factor in where the game goes. Certainly the trajectory it takes between now and the end. Dot ball to finish. A wicket for Chappell, a big wicket for Derbyshire. Higgins back in the hutch. This is how. Disappointment for Higgins as he makes his way off. Dark skies over the media centre. Is it something we said?
We're being rather fulsome in our praise of Deploy and Higgins and how they might go on and go big. Scored more hundreds between them for Middlesex in the last couple of years than in the other two batters. So you could understand why we thought that they might be able to do something similar in this game, but it's not to be. It does feel like a really important wicket, really big moment. .48-run partnership between Ryan Higgins and Lewis Deploy. So they were definitely in, and maybe that was it. Maybe Higgins felt just a little too comfortable. Again, not too dissimilar to the dismissal of Luke Holman, where they both had a bit of width to play with, but in the end it was the execution of the shot that wasn't quite right. No issue with what they were trying to do. The ball was there to be hit, but it just felt like didn't really commit to the shot, didn't really get across and meet the ball in the way that he'd want to.
Yeah, is that 3 of the 4 then? You feel maybe gave it away slightly. Injudicious dabbles.
I think we could certainly ask a question of Holman and Higgins and the manner with which they fell. But actually, I think it'd be wrong to necessarily criticise just because it looks injudicious. You know, wafting outside the off stump, trying to play a cover drive and being caught behind, you know, instinctively doesn't look great. I don't actually have a problem with the approach.
No, nor I. But asking the question, and I think, you know, if you ask Higgins or Holman in particular, they'll both be disappointed, won't they, with themselves. But I don't, as you say, I don't think the approach was particularly wrong. The disappointment for Holman, I think, will be that he really dug into that point, didn't he? He was building nicely, like De Carey's was, so he'll be frustrated that he got out to that one.
Yeah, and I think they both feel as though those were deliveries that they could and should have scored runs off. You know, once you make the decision to play the shot, you commit to it. I think they both would feel that they were good enough to hit the middle of the bat. It just was a lack of execution, which meant they found the outside edge. Maybe the ball moving just a touch, but I think that's the disappointment, not the shot selection, but shot execution.
Well, that wasn't bad execution. And a lovely way to get off the mark for Geddes. Pretty typical Geddes shot as well. Powerful punching drive.
Yeah, exactly right, and classic example of exactly what we're talking about there. The ball outside the off stump, bit of width to throw your hands through, and as a batter you back yourself to meet it like that, head over the ball, watching it all the way onto the bat and away for 4, and I think that's exactly what Holman and Higgins would have fancied themselves to do. They just didn't quite execute in the way that Geddes did there.
It goes without saying that Middlesex would dearly love to bat once here. Forecast for days 3 and 4 looking great. Day 3 worse than day 4. Is Chapel born again? Is he a Forest fan? Tricky Trees looking for a new manager, aren't they?
Feels like you could get yourself into a world of trouble there, Kev, if you get Forest or county wrong. I think he's born in Grantham, Zach Chappell, so I'm not sure which side of the Trent that puts you on.
So he's Lincoln City. Will they be Grantham Rovers?
United, surely. We'll have to check this now.
Grantham Wanderers.
Grantham Academicals, surely. No? Grantham Town. That's the team. There we go.
What league?
They're in the United Counties Premier League at the moment. Premier Division North.
What would he be, a centre back or a big target man up front, Chappell?
Looks like a no-nonsense defender to me. Not getting past him, are you?
Punch through by Geddes off the back foot this time, but collected at mid-off.
Been going since 1874.
Zach Chappell. He just feels like it. (1874). It's a fair old while, isn't it? Leg side to deploy long leg will hold them to the single.
I mean, we're making these assumptions about Chappell, born in Grantham. Of course, he could be a Liverpool fan. Maybe Man City. Maybe Bournemouth. If he picks up a couple more wickets today, you'll be able to ask him at the close of play this evening.
Member of the ground staff. He's obviously had near bashing from Carl, hasn't he? He's gone and found a little spot all to himself.
Pining for the 100 with his London Spirit floppy hat. He'd have been working hard during the 100. Double headers throughout. Finals day. Did you catch much of that? Any chance, Kev?
No, what was I doing? Were you here?
Yeah, I was dipping between a bit of Metro Bank, a bit of 100.
Oh, of course, I was working on Middlesex semi-final, the women against Yorkshire.
Did you have any Little Mix singers performing at that game?
Well, that's one way to describe Stephen Fletcher. Director of Communications.
Had a engaging performance from Perry, I think her name was.
Katie.
Edwards. And having listened to many a Little Mix tune in the car, My daughter's singing along. Great to see Perry belting out the tunes at the home of cricket. She was on a platform. Just below the media centre. She started just below the media centre in the gap on a platform, and then this platform started to rise, and she came up. She got higher and higher and higher and higher. I thought she was going to turn around and wave at us in the media centre. She rather smartly chose to focus on the audience in front of her, but it was a fantastic performance and really great to see it from a slightly different angle. She then set off round the outfield, much to the delight of many of the young fans in the stands and a few of their parents as well. Yeah, it was a fun day.
Yeah, no platform for us up here. Safely locked away or locked up, I don't know which. Got across by Rees. I do like a left armour at the nursery end. Stop ball looking to bring it back in. And you can push on down the slope as well.
Yeah, I think Rees has bowled really well. A little unlucky not to have picked up a wicket yet. That left arm over angle causing problems.
Head short, angle bat, soft hands, he was over the top of it. Would an orthodox second have been staggered enough to make something of it? They're pushed wide there, aren't they? Slips almost at second, isn't he? In second, slips at third.
He's trying to cover as much ground as possible.
Hampshire 140. Not doing a caption competition there, he looks too big.
He's just take 5, watching a bit of the cricket.
It's on in the West End at the moment, isn't it? 40 Towers, you've been to see it.
I've not seen the West End production. Of course, I've seen the original comedy show when it came out first time round.
And the second, and the third. It's timeless, that one though, isn't it? You can never get enough of it.
Yeah, had it on VHS.
Much like Anthony Gibson, John Cleese will still be cheering on Somerset for their maiden title.
Yeah, one day maybe.
You're not back in this year, a late surge. Surrey's, is it all over already?
Well, even when Surrey looked like they were in a little bit of trouble in the game against Warwickshire,
Easy done from deploy a single.
They've managed to fight back. I thought they were going to get a first innings lead, but actually Warwickshire have just been dismissed for 248. So Warwickshire have a lead of 2 runs on first innings, and Surrey will be batting again fairly imminently.
Edged away. Finally, the gully fielder going quite square, which is part of the reason for the wide slips that we've been talking about. But that's the 150 up for Middlesex. Maybe a little bit of luck that Middlesex needed from an edge. Everything else has gone to hand today, that one. Fine of quite a wide gully, he's more a backward point there. You're getting chipped at. Afternoon, Andrew McKenna. Be in the seat next to me tomorrow.
I hope he's got plenty to talk about. Bit of rain around will give him an opportunity to tell some stories.
He says, I love that Dean is trying to claim his little mixed knowledge is through his kids. Come on, mate. You're not fooling anyone. Pound says he's got all their CDs.
LPs. Suggestion that I sent a couple of requests down to Perry were completely wide of the mark.
Get it for the Cricket Media Club end of season dinner this year.
Did ask the question. Started telling me something about washing her hair. Maybe that might have been the song actually.
We had all the W's turned around on the logos yet from the Cricket Writers Club, the old Cricket Writers Club. Is that how the vote went? The cheapest way will be just turn the W around.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Unfortunately, if you study the logo or the former logo with any great concentration, you'll see a rather obvious similarity to another cricket club. With a letter in the middle and 2 C's around the edge. If you turn the W round and make it an MCC, there might be 1 or 2 trademark issues, shall we say. No, there will be a brand new Cricket Media Club logo to be unveiled at our awards lunch in October. A few different options presented to us by the designer, who's done a terrific job, and yeah, very much looking forward to unveiling that later this year. Cricket Media Club celebrating its 79th year this year, so been around for a while. Might have a little change of name, but essentially still the same club, but just recognising the shifting sands in the cricket media world.
Mentioned Somerset legend Anthony Gibson there. Of course, his father was a former chairman of the Cricket Writers Club as well. pulled away. Nicely steered by Geddes. Hook in the pool's a favoured shot of his. He was getting out to that shot a lot earlier this season, but that was just a controlled roll of the wrists. Really nice timing. .162 for 4 Middlesex. 50th over of the innings already. Just 121 behind now, 6 wickets standing. Again, a lot of batting to come for Middlesex, but they'll be very keen for a big partnership somewhere, get in and try and get control of this game on the second day.
Quizzical look there from Zach Chappell, wondering what if, as Ben Geddes just turned that ball into the leg side. There is a shortish mid-wicket on the catch, just hoping for that flick to be a little uppish and in the air, providing a chance. Geddes keeping on top of it. There he goes again, plays it straight to that man waiting. There he came, hoping to pick up the catch. Wayne Madsen at second slip has got the perfect view, and he set that trap, hoping that Geddes can fall into it. And again, hands on the head from Madsen. Chappell's doing exactly what he wants, which is bowling at the batter, angling the ball in on middle and leg, trying to encourage him to turn it into the leg side. And he's now moved himself from that second slip to a straight short mid-on, catching. Big appeal, and he's gone. Chappell gets the wicket. Geddes had been turning the ball into the leg side, and they'd set the trap for him. This time he doesn't manage to get the bat on it. The ball slips past the edge into the pads in front of the stumps, and the umpire gives a decision. It looks pretty adjacent. We'll have to have a look at the replay a little slower if we can, but that looked a very good shout indeed. So Geddes, with a shake of the head, has gone LBW to Chappell for 13. And Derbyshire really starting to put a squeeze on this game now. 163 for 5. And Middlesex lost another one. Zach Chappell has 3. Maybe you will be able to ask him about his football team at the end of the day, Kev, because he's doing a terrific job for his side.
Change of ends, change of fortune. For Chappell, I did wonder whether they needed to give the big man a go at the pavilion end, and so it's worked for him. So Cracknell, the keeper, comes out to join deploy the captain. Still some batting to come, but these two will need just knuckle down, make sure Middlesex get up and close to that 283 of Derbyshire.
Ball looked like the angle was heading towards the leg side, but he's inched himself across a little bit. Well, it pitches around middle and leg. I think the reality is the ball didn't have a great deal to travel. But it might not be quite as cut and dried as we thought. Maybe hitting leg stump on umpire's call. Certainly the angle that Chappell was bowling from was zeroing in on the leg stump. As I say, the ball didn't have far to go when it hit him. Is going down, but as we can see, almost a Yorker length, and it's so full that the umpire thought that was going to clatter into the stumps, and he's gone. What I will say though is that was very much bowling to a plan from Chappell. Between him and the captain, Wayne Madsen, I think they felt that they might get a little bit of joy in the way that Geddes plays into the leg side. And they placed 2 fielders specifically for a leg side catch. So it needed Chappell to bowl full and straight to try and maybe get one of those fielders in the game. A ball that stopped on them maybe just popped up to short mid on or short mid wicket, and maybe those fielders just playing on the mind of Ben Geddes. Either way, he didn't get his bat down in time and he's gone LBW.
Lovely shot, will just be a single, watchfully played.
Well, we were asking before this session whether or not somebody would come up with a Roland-Jones-esque performance. Maybe Zach Chappell's the man. Now into his 6th over of this spell. He's taken 2 for 19. It's the sort of spell that Roland-Jones got into yesterday between lunch and tea. He picked up 4 in it. Chappell's halfway there. I think it was an 8 over spell from Roland-Jones yesterday. This is Chappell's 6th over so far. He's walking back to his mark fairly purposefully, but he's well into his work at the moment. But he's got the reward, 2 wickets. Can he pick up another one with this final ball of the over?
Nice ball, solid defence. 165. 167 for 5.
So 6 overs, 2 for 20 for Chappell. I suspect it feels like that might be the end of the spell for him. Madsen, the captain, just having a chat with him as he moves down. And the captain and the bowler coming together as Lewis Rees is going to start another over from the nursery end. I wonder whether that is the end of the spell for Chappell. We'll soon find out.
A single there, but a little bit of movement. Edged, but away safely for Cracknell. Away for 4. 172 for 5 here at Lord's. Crowd's picked up a little. It was a quiet start this morning. The tube strike would have put off a few, but delayed a few, of course, as well. And it's not a bad number in, given that tricky day for transport in the capital. Tour's still taking place as well.
And Chappell's going to continue. We wondered whether that might be the end of his spell, but he's been given a 7th over here because he is doing a fine job for his team. They worked out a plan for Geddes, and they're trying something similar now for Deploy. But he opens the face and lets it run away, uses the pace of the ball, run away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So that wasn't the plan. Madsen has installed himself as a catcher on the leg side, I think looking for Chappell to keep bowling straight at Deploy. Got a deep square leg and a long leg. This one just defended into the offside. There's no run. He's got a mid-on, a deep forward square leg, a long leg, and then himself, captain, catching at a short mid-wicket. One slip. Deepish gully, protection on the cover boundary, cover and a mid-off. He opens the face again, and it's another boundary. 2 in 3 balls for Lewis Deploy. And he's managed to thread the gap between that deep gully and the deep cover. So short boundary over on the offside there, down towards the mound in Tavern Stands, just under Old Father Time. 4 more to Deploy. He moves to 49.
There it is. 50 for the skipper. 80 balls. That was that first Middlesex batter in this innings. Let's go to 50. Applause from the balcony. Aaron Higgins have got the partnership going with him in the middle there. Snap at the gloves. 181 for 5. They're still 102 behind Middlesex, so plenty to do for the skipper.
Yeah, good innings so far from Deploy. Field for Cracknell, very similar to the field for Geddes, with 2 catchers installed on the leg side. But it's been a good performance from Deploy so far. Middlesex will need him to keep going in this form. The 2 catchers now have come a little closer together. There is no real gap between them.
Ouch. That looked nasty for Chappell. There's a grimace there as he hit the ground. And he's picked himself up all right, but oh no, he's signalled. Whether it was the end of the spell anyway, but there's a real grimace on his face as he goes down. There you go. Nice. Let's just see what collides. Well, I'd see a particular impact for that grimace, but maybe just something in the landing.
Hopefully he's all right. Might just be the feeling at the end of a 7 over spell. A little weary because he's put a shift in there for his team.
Crunched and a single taken.
But I think we can safely say that will be the end of that spell for Chappell. And that 7th over just having an impact on the figures there, that spell. 2 for 29 from those 7 overs. And he's got 3 for 42 overall.
Two for 5. Still got 47 overs left today, 15 left of this session. So 71 will be on the board at that point. Second new ball available, 9 overs after tea. Can these two get it through to the interval? quickly through. Well, I'll tell you what, would that have been close? Might have been.
Quick work there from the Derbyshire captain. And Ujdal bowling. As the ball comes in now, comfortably home for Middlesex. Dal then again looking to take advantage of slightly sluggish pitch here. He's got and catching at mid wicket.
Short and through as well.
Genuine edge there. But the ball falling well short of Aitchison at slip. Cracknell with a couple to the score.
And this time he gets past the edge, but Cracknell, for a moment I thought his reaction was that he'd nicked it, but it was that he didn't manage to run the ball. 185 for 5.
Yeah, all hands there from Cracknell. Not a huge amount to be gained from that shot. Trying to run it away down to third man, but slip very interested.
It's on Shelley there, second right. Jane in the end, the Derbyshire scorer. Side on view for the scorers. You've been up there in the scorers box match over the years?
I have been up there. It's not a bad view actually. It's a side view here at Lord's, either from the scorers box or from the grandstand corporate boxes. Actually, see, you've got the kind of the height, the distance and the height just about spot on, so even though it's side on, you've actually got a very good view of what's going on. That elevation gives you quite an appreciation of what's going on. I think when you're at ground level, sometimes side on can be very difficult to pick up. Well, pick up the ball and pick up what's going on in terms of edges and of course whether the ball's moving one way or another. But because of the height that you've got up there, it's a pretty good view.
Quiet, please.
And of course the pitch is over towards that side as well, so they'll feel like they're pretty close to the action. You can see exactly what's going on below. Derbyshire, an interesting field here. They've got some protection, got a long leg, deep square leg. two close-ish catches on either side.
Oh, and a full bunger's served up. Just the single though. Feels like Deploy's really playing well within himself here. He'll know the importance of today, won't he, for this match, but also for this season. If there is a bit of weather around the next couple of days and time is to be taken out of this game, Middlesex need to get control of it. They need to get control today of this game. Saw an early charge down the track from him, which is Deploy-like, but mostly he's played within himself.
We've got 45 overs left in the day, so still lots of time to, from Middlesex's point of view, get up to Derbyshire's first innings total, and then try and hair off away, up and away, and score what they can. But just maybe a hint of moisture out there. Don't think you can see it on the camera, but we're reliably informed that there's a little bit of drizzle in the air, so hope it's not going to cause any stoppages here. The clouds are fairly high and sporadic. There's lots of blue sky around us, so unless we have the darkest cloud behind us, it looks like we should be okay. There is a little bit of colour in, a little bit of menacing colour in that cloud above us. Media centre, the only one. The little spots of drizzle just starting to turn into something a little bit heavier. We can see those droplets right in front of us. We'll keep an eye on that.
Running away. Ground staff getting ready with the cover, helping out with the ball as well.
Yeah, another outside edge off the bowling of Das. I think he's played for that down to third man. Did try and open the face a touch, but maybe just went a little finer than expected. Still 4 runs to the total as the ground staff hover around the hover cover.
That's where it's coming from, over the back of the pavilion, so we should be okay. I think that's why the umpires are just giving it a few moments to see if it's a short, sharp shower.
Not even sure this quite qualifies as a shower just yet. Very light rain. square leg, looking, trying to spot exactly which cloud is causing this.
It's the big grey one up there, Peter.
I think it really was just the lightest of showers breezing through. Almost feels as though it's dropped what it's going to drop. Umpires not having a conversation, they're happy just to keep going. Right, two. And we're going to have another change in the attack. I'm going to have a look at a little bit of spin for Derbyshire for the first time in this innings after 59 overs. Looks like Jack Morley has been throwing the ball as the sun comes out again. So the sun shining brightly with a little bit of rain as well. Maybe a rainbow will spring up somewhere around Maida Vale perhaps.
Well, we had the Wizard of Oz yesterday, didn't we? You were pulling back the curtains yesterday. Just need Toto and the Yellow Brick Road now.
Jack Morley is going to see if he can get a little bit of purchase out of this surface. Safa Gohar got some yesterday. First ball from the left arm spinner on the money and defended by De Floyd.
That's close.
Sharp single there, straight to man on the 45. Cracknell comfortably home.
Oh, inside edge. That's the leg stump and a single though. Very, very nearly through.
Looking to see whether this is Jack Morley's first bowl at Lord's. And looks like it's his first class bowl here. Played 25 matches his first wicket here in a first-class game. He has bowled here before, though, in a ODI, or sorry, List A fixture, I should say.
By signals.
Played for Lancashire in the Metro Bank in 2023 against Middlesex, defending 303. He bowled 10 overs, took 2 for 61 in a 10-run victory for Lancashire. Dismissed Mark Stoneman and John Simpson. So you'll have some idea of bowling with the slope and what it feels like, but always a bit different in the Championship. He was playing against Martin Anderson in that game as well.
Surprised Anderson hasn't done a bowl yet.
He's another option for Derbyshire, and obviously plenty of experience of bowling and playing here. I think it's fair to say that since they've had that ball changed, not a lot been happening for Derbyshire. Both Deploy and Cracknell just building a partnership here. Fairly low risk cricket, but score nudging along, 86 behind. And it looks like they've just about managed to nullify that afternoon threat of Zach Chappell. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Oh, now it's slippy out there at the moment. Just a little slither of rain falling and sitting on top of the grass, no doubt. Time was always tight though with a short boundary over there.
Yeah, very hard to defend short boundary, but ball just bouncing over the desperate slide. Just like that, another 5 runs picked up from the over. So Middlesex just ticking along nicely at the moment. They would have wanted to get a little bit more out of Geddes. But Cracknell supporting his skipper pretty well here. 19 not out. Another 18, 19 overs to the second new ball. So this is a real opportunity here for Middlesex to try and take advantage. Just the one slip in, no other close catches. So while Middlesex look to try and inch their way towards Derbyshire's first innings total. Have a look around the other scores in the division. Glamorgan we've been keeping an eye on, currently second in the table. They scored 467. And Northamptonshire replying strongly, 127 for 1. So looks like a good surface there in Northampton. Down in Canterbury, little nip and tuck here, not overly dissimilar to what's happening here at Lords. Kent scored 293 in their first innings, and Lancashire responding 217 for 8, so a bit of work for them to do to try and get up to Kent's score. In Leicester, Gloucestershire picked up 482 in their first innings. Leicestershire, runaway league leaders, 147 for 3. So into their work. Lewis Hill's 53 not out. Shan Masood 18 not out. And then into Division 1. Durham scored 333 in their first innings. Essex 167 for 3 in reply. Dean Elgar 90 not out, going well at Chelmsford. Taunton, there's T down there, game that's been affected by rain, so just the 88 overs bowled so far. 266 for 4. Somerset pair, Tom Abel, Lewis Goldsworthy going well, both 50 not out, 55 for Abel, 53 for Goldsworthy. But been disrupted by rain over the last couple of days. And over the river at the Oval, well, Surrey, I thought they were in a little bit of trouble yesterday. They were bowled out for 246. Warwickshire in reply bowled out for 248. I think we can safely call that a one innings game now. And Surrey 42 without loss. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley doing Rory Burns and Dom Sibley things at the moment. Down at Hove, well, this is a game that may well be hurrying to its conclusion. We're not through 5 sessions of play, and Hampshire, who were bowled out for 226, well, they responded by dismissing Sussex for just 122. Kyle Abbott 4 for 38. Bjorn Fortune 4 for 30. And then in Hampshire's second innings, they're already 80 for 6. James Coles 3 for 15. So a low scorer down there at Hove. Hampshire have got a lead of 184, but just 4 wickets left. And then to Worcester. Worcestershire bowled out for 182, and Nottinghamshire have managed to eke out a slender lead. They're 25 ahead, 207 for 9. So looking to try and wrap things up there. Dylan Pennington, the last man out. So Mohammed Abbas and Josh Tongue at the crease. 207 for 9. A lead of just 25 over Worcestershire. So that's all the scores around the other counties. As Middlesex 205 for 5 here. And skipper Luis Deploy up to 60. Not out now from 100 deliveries. I think he's striking at around 60.
Hold on, I'll take my socks off. 2:10 for 5 then, so 7 overs to tea on the second day. 3 wickets in the afternoon, 2 wickets, sorry, in the afternoon session so far. Higgins and Geddes. Cracknell doing a good job of supporting the skipper, Lias Deploy, who is the man charged now, the captain, with steering this innings. 73 behind Middlesex. Batting points on the mind, of course. Still in play for another 46 overs. Ooh, oh well. Now, Deploy. The door. Who is it? Stewart. He's just appeared through that door. Lias Deploy. He's trying to make the point. Oh, well, not only the door. It's the sight screen below the door. Clearly been opened up for somebody to get through that door in the previous over. To 11 for 5. Came together with the score on 163 for 5, so it's a little bit of a recovery for Middlesex. Derbyshire in turn had lost their 5th wicket. Anderson it was, with a score on 166, so it was pretty even Stevens at that point. 177 for 6 was the fall of Madsen. And they reached 225 for 6. Before Dahl was picked up by Gohar. Chappell, Aitchison, Morley alongside Hayden topped it up to 283. Middlesex will be very, very keen with these final 5 wickets, and including Leah Straploy set on 64. They will be very, very keen on making sure that this innings goes somewhere towards 400, if not indeed that 4th batting point itself. Oh, drop of the bat. Let's check that handle. It's the second time I've seen the drop the bat now. The other was when he was doing exactly this in conversation with Deploy in between and over. It just slipped out of his hand. 112 for 5. But yeah, it was a funny old innings, the Derbyshire one. They reached 124 for 1 before the loss of Jewell. From that to 177 for 6, so 5 wickets for 53 runs. Then a 58-run partnership. Apologies, just shy, 48 runs. Partnership for the 7th wicket before the last 4 fell for 58. Middlesex will know one good partnership will put them in a very good position, and that is the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. .91 balls. 28 of them for Deploy, 21 for Cracknell, who's had a little bit more of the striking this time. And an hour on the boards. Another hour of these two, and Middlesex will start to feel like they are getting into a position of control. That will, of course, take Middlesex up to the new ball as well, which you'd imagine Derbyshire will take straight away. Rolls over. And the ball rolls over the ropes. in the air. But safe. Long leg running around, won't get there. It'll go for 4, down to fine leg. Placed in between the 2 mid-wicket fielders for the single. Two for 5. Oh, what's the conversation there? Up and away. Keeping it tight, Morley. He's carried a wee bit of threat as well. Helping get the bowlers up to the 80th. That's nicely chopped away. Pick up a boundary, steered fine of the backward point fielder. Pretty determined, Cracknell, plodding forward, bringing that back down. Solid defence, set up for the long haul. 57 behind now, Middlesex, with 5 wickets standing. Should, certainly with these two out in the middle, should have a first innings lead, but how big? A lot of that may depend on the second new ball. 12 overs away. T has put 3 overs away, so you'd imagine these two will be focused very much on that now. 10 minutes to the interval. Get in, take a brief break, and then get ready for that second new ball. As we've said, there's a fair bit of batting to come for Middlesex. Whether Morgan comes in at 10, we'll have to wait and see. But Zafar Gohar, Toby Roland-Jones, Sebastian Morgan, all produced some fine moments this season for Middlesex with the bat. 61 for Morgan in the One Day Cup, turning the game at Old Trafford that Middlesex appeared to be losing, getting Middlesex into that quarter-final in the One Day Cup. Zafar Gohar thumping 6 into the grandstand to win the match against Kent, and well, Toby Roland-Jones just doing Toby Roland-Jones things, as he always does with the bat. But they won't want to expose them too early to the new ball, these two, and that's why they'll be keen on tee. To begin with, and then the second new ball when it arrives. A couple here. Let's put those on to 68. Run again. Good again from Hayden. Angling in with the slope. He's certainly been well briefed, the young man, coming into this match. Well, very, very well. Single there for Cranwell, on to 35. So 230 for 5, 2 to tee. With Middlesex, they'll be dining the happier. They lost 3 this morning, 2 in the afternoon. At the moment, a slight contrast to yesterday when Derbyshire lost 1 in the morning. Then came the collapse in the afternoon that brought Middlesex firing back into this. The 6 for Roland-Jones, finishing off Derbyshire. 3 in the morning today. It opened a chance for Derbyshire to be the ones to wrestle control, but this afternoon just about in favour of the bat, and bearing in mind that they trail by just 52 now, I think that pretty much confirms it.
Yeah, I think it's been a really smart bit of cricket from the captain, Lewis Deploy, just making sure those couple of wickets taken by Zach Chappell didn't turn into something more. Threatened to put together a really decent partnership with Ryan Higgins, 48 in the end. But when he fell, pick up a single here. When Higgins fell for 31, and then Ben Geddes dismissed soon after for 13. It was just a threat of a bit of a collapse. These two have paid to that. Joe Cracknell been very organised. Hasn't looked in any trouble at all, really. He's Deploy likewise.
Sat through nicely again. It's a big old boundary there. It gives the sweeper a chance from deep backward point. They'll get a couple.
Yeah, partnership worth 72 now between these two batters. Not a huge amount doing for the bowlers out there with this 69 overall ball. The ball was actually changed. This isn't the original ball that they started with. The ball has been changed, but the replacement hasn't done a huge amount for them at all, really, and Middlesex happy just to keep the scoreboard moving along. We've got another 10 overs before the second new ball is available. So either side of tee, they should expect to be hovering somewhere around the Derbyshire total of 283 by the time that second new ball arrives. And then it really will be fascinating to see what direction the game moves in. If Middlesex could still have both batters set, that really will be an opportunity, as much an opportunity for them to score as it would be for Derbyshire to take wickets. But it's Hayden to continue here.
Onto the hip, but up in the air. Cracknell picks that up sweetly. A big six into the mound stand.
Yeah, good shot from Cracknell, and full of intent. He wanted to send that up and away. Had no thought about trying to roll his wrists and keep it down on that short boundary. Very inviting, just to help it on its way. Maybe a bit of real energy put in there by Cracknell.
Oh, that takes the shoulder of the bat and it's gone. Look at the lift. Absolutely climbed on Cracknell. He can't believe it. A little look at the shoulder before he walks off. But Hayden has a second on. Championship debut for Derbyshire. And it's bounce that does it.
And Cracknell absolutely stunned by that dismissal. We were talking about what Derbyshire have been able to get out of this 70 overall ball. Not a huge amount until then. Exploded off the surface, climbed into the shoulder of Cracknell's bat, and they're going to move into the pavilion for tea midway through the 71st over. But that wicket really coming out of nowhere. Hayden, who'd been impressive on his debut, just been sent into the stands the ball before. He bent his back, put in the effort, and the ball just climbed to take the shoulder and leap towards gully. And an unexpected wicket there for Derbyshire. They'll be delighted going into tea with Middlesex 6 down. Middlesex still with their captain Lewis Deploy, 74 not out. He's the one on whose shoulders this innings really does sit. But a bonus there for Derbyshire. Rory Hayden on championship debut. He's got 2 for 53 now. And Middlesex still 40 runs behind, 243 for 6.
That's it from the afternoon session. Dean Wilson and myself, Kevin Hand, the rest of the team on the stream. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes. The live stream from Lords here from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords for the final session of the second day. Zafagoha is out in the middle. That's because Middlesex lost the wicket of Joe Cracknell just before the interval. Shoulder of the bat to Gully. And a second wicket for young Mr. Hayden on championship debut. Sun's out. It's always a good start at the cricket. Hayden's in. And Zafagoha is off the mark. 244 for 6, still trailing by 39 Middlesex. That second new ball, 9 overs away. Elias deploy now. His part in all of this becomes all the bigger. He'll have some able support at the other end. Certainly for the next 3 wickets. Can't speak too much of Stone's batting on Middlesex debut. Work to the onside, but bounce again though. Nice bit of flight. Fellow left arm spinner. Gohar on strike. Oh, has he got him? Did it carry? Was it a put down? Did he get fingertips underneath it? No, bounces up. Chopped away on this occasion, but no run. It's well run. Didn't get up. Gohar's done well to keep that out. Let's have another look. Oh, he's done very well to keep that out. Might not be massively disappointed by that, Gohar. Heathrow bound, where's it come from though? Not much sunnier climes than there are at Lord's right now. Blue skies overhead. It's coming in from Kuala Lumpur. Chappell on the mark. Deploy happily in behind it. 73rd over of this ball. 247 for 6. Shaped away down the slope. So 73 done. 23 away from a century deploy. Zafar Gohar setting himself up. Fine bat, as he's proven to be on a number of occasions already for Middlesex, and indeed here for Gloucestershire last year, helping to turn a game. He could play a fair hand in this one if he can hang around with his skipper for a while. Gentle use of the feet by deploy, nothing too aggressive. Batting point on the board for Middlesex. They trail by 33. A couple of bowling points, of course, for Derbyshire at this stage. They'll be very keen on a third within the next 36 overs. Middlesex will fancy that if they're still there at the 110th over, they'll not be that far from 400, and a fourth batting point, the fifth, you would suggest is a little elusive unless Middlesex are absolutely hitting out at the end. Couple more there. Tucked up by it. Interestingly though, the last wicket was bounced, taking the shoulder of the bat. This one, and we've seen a couple now that have kept low. Couple more. Two 5-4 for 6. So 6 to that second new ball. There'll be no doubt they'll take it straight away, I'm sure. Not too much doubt about the weather. We were warned of a couple of showers. MCC pennant. I think it's 12 foot in total in length, that pennant. Hey, 3 of them over there, Chinooks. 2 of them heading in behind the... Last time we were here it was a flyover, wasn't it? Unfortunately we had a technical difficulty at the time, we didn't get them. I think it was.
I think it was VE Day. We were sat here watching the red arrows fly past, and I want to say maybe a hurricane as well, was it? Or
There was all sorts, wasn't there? It was a proper fly past that.
It was quite impressive.
Almost everything you can imagine.
Yeah, it was a magnificent sight. But of course we were focused fully on the cricket in front of us.
Oh, I wasn't at that point. That was a phenomenal sight. Forget the cricket.
Interesting, they've turned to Chapel again after tea. Bowled a 7 over spell this afternoon. Got 3 for 54, but getting him to bowl with the old ball here just before 80 overs suggests that they'll be looking at different options with that second new ball. Maybe Rees and Aitchison. Aitchison bowled quite nicely. Look at those figures, 1 for 30 from 15 overs. Pretty tidy. And then Lewis Rees as well. He's not picked up a wicket yet. We've talked about him being the joint leading wicket taker in the division alongside Ryan Higgins and Toby Roland-Jones. I did think that he might nudge himself ahead during this innings, but nothing doing so far. And suspects he will be asked to take the second new ball in 5 overs time when it's available.
Wasn't quite there, was he? Deploy. Fair skip and a dance. Waits on this one.
Morley bowling pretty flat at the moment. He's got a short boundary on the leg side to be slightly wary of. Interestingly, Deploy looking to try and go the other side. There is plenty of space behind the slip. There's a deep point, but nothing between the two of them. That's an interesting tactic by Deploy. You'd think that for the left-hander, hitting into the leg side to the short boundary would be the strong option. But sometimes, when everyone expects you to go left, if you go right, there might be some more joy to be had. There is a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg, so a bit of protection on that short boundary side. So he does pick up a single out into the offside where there's that bit of space. Canny bowling there from Morley. Not giving Deploy much to sweep or take towards that short-sided boundary. Of course, it's working with the slope as well, working with the spin, so everything in your favour going towards the leg side. Morley managing to keep that quiet.
It's been tidy, hasn't it, from Morley, and that's what they need at very least from him. Some tidy work after lunch for this man with 3 wickets. Oh, that's edged away. Thick edge.
Short outside the off stump. Deploy throwing everything at that one. Slightly uncontrolled. I don't think he was expecting it to go that fine, but it was there for him to hit. Chapel with a deep mid-wicket, not right on the boundary, but maybe just 15 yards in. There's a long leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. Then he's got a mid-off, an extra cover, deep cover on that short boundary. Backward point, and just the one slip. So the field well spread at this stage of the innings with the old ball.
Oh, now that really would have been close. Hands on heads all round.
Just about home there for Zafar Gohar. Not sure he was totally expecting that sharp single call from deploy, but he scampered through.
There'll be 4 more. It's another edge. This time it's Gohar.
Not a lot Zach Chappell could do there. They put the extra slip in. They thought there might be a chance. This one just wide of that second slip, probably out to where a gully might be, really. I'm not sure it would have carried to gully. It was fairly low to the ground, but a genuine edge nonetheless.
.265 for 6, just 18 runs between the 2 first innings at the moment. 4 wickets standing, the skipper and number 4, Lewis Deploy, still there on 85. With a fine number 8 alongside him and not a bad number 10. Number 9 and 10 to come as well. Run advantage on any surface is pretty handy. You'd have to feel on this one it will be very useful for Middlesex.
Plenty of space out there on the offsides for an easy single. So just 2 more overs of this old ball to come after this one. We can see Lewis Rees
Lovely bit of flight on that.
You can see Lewis Rees here at mid-off just below us, starting to warm the shoulders up, doing a few stretches. He'll be one of the bowlers to take that second new ball, you'd feel. Maybe the man at mid-on will take the other end. Aitchison, who's been very economical. Mid-on and mid-off, one suspects will do the honours when that time comes in 12 balls time. But for now, Middlesex just happy to keep nudging their way towards that Derbyshire first innings score. I spoke earlier, or right at the start of the day, Kev, about the intent that Middlesex perhaps needed to show today, and I think maybe had they been able to keep a few more wickets in hand, we might have seen a little bit more aggression, but as it is, they've done a good job going at 3.4 and over. It's not to be sniffed at. I just feel as though they put themselves in a really strong position if they can get the start of a decent lead by the close of play tonight.
Yeah, as I say, 100 would be useful. Middlesex may well eye a few more with deploy still there.
I mean, it's worth reminding viewers as well that Middlesex are without their two arguably strongest batters. Certainly Max Holden's their top run scorer this season, and Kane Williamson only played 2 matches, but he scored 200s. You have to say he's a reasonable batter. So without the pair of them in this game, it's been up to the captain to step up and one or two others. Josh De Carey's looked good for his 46 until he nibbled at 1. Joe Cracknell batted nicely for his 43 until he got surprised by a ball that just lifted off a good length. So while it's not been a dominant batting performance, you'd have to say without those key figures in that top 6, Lewis Deploy's held things together pretty nicely and certainly given Middlesex a real chance here of collecting some kind of a decent lead.
Lovely. Zafar Gohar finding the gap in front of the deep cover.
Well, isn't that a gorgeous looking shot for a Tuesday afternoon? Outside the off stump, full flourish of the bat, sweetly timed through the covers. That's a wonderful shot from Zafar Gohar. Maybe could have just held the pose slightly at the end, but we won't hold that against him. Lovely looking shot for 4. 271 for 6. Just one more over then with this old ball. I can't imagine Derbyshire will be bowling any more with it after this. But second new ball becomes available after this Jack Morley over. Two left-handers out there. Kevin, option for Derbyshire is a left arm or a right arm quick. Who would you be turning to at the pavilion end?
I think you've got to go to Rees, haven't you? Rees and Aitchison, how they began the match.
Left arm over to the left-handers, trying to use the slope a little bit.
With the over 272 for 6. We saw him get a few to Holman this morning. That if they'd have swung, Holman would have been gone, wouldn't he? They didn't swing and they were going down the leg side, but it did just have that doubt in the batter's mind. If it swings, you're in trouble. If it doesn't swing, you could be in trouble. I do prefer the left armour at the nursery end. However, to left-handers, left armour to left-handers, I think pavilion end, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of the interesting angle, and they may well have asked Rees to take the ball from the pavilion end in any case, but I think that's one of the interesting things about this game. We've got a left arm over bowler from the pavilion end working with that slope, so he'll be taking the ball away from the left-handed batters, Deploy and Gohar. So he's got that bright red cherry in his hand, and they've got two slips in, well spaced. Straight away, a little bit of movement away from Deploy. You can just let that one go. But just a little something for the Middlesex captain to think about. He's batted beautifully for 88 not out so far, but just got to concentrate now, make sure that he watches this new ball.
Be lost on him. 1 batting points, 2 match position, 3 that forecast tomorrow. Maximise the play that they have today in the position that they're in. Lovely ball. There we go.
That's the challenge there for Deploy. Bringing him forward. He had to play at that just outside the off stump there and just nips away. Just eases itself down the slope and beats the outside edge. Bowled well, Rees, despite not managing to get anything in the wickets column yet.
Oh, goodness me, that was close. For all the world, that was gone. But for a leading edge, which could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, he's asking questions here, Lewis Rees.
Got the bat face pretty open, actually, didn't he? Thought it was more of a leading edge along the floor.
Derbyshire trying to cover as much ground as possible with their 2 slips. Aitchison took a really good catch, a slip to dismiss Luke Holman earlier in the day, and he took it to his right, so could have been the keeper's catch. There was a big gap between slip and keeper, and yeah, Lewis Rees, the bowler, he spotted it. He doesn't want to see anything going through there either. he asked Captain Wayne Madsen at second slip to come in a little bit tighter, just make sure that there wasn't a chance of anything squeezing between either first and second slip or keeper and slip. If it goes wide, so be it, but Rees conscious that they may be just trying to cover a bit more ground than is really expected. And Aitchison, who, as I say, took a good catch there at slip early in the day, he's now going to take the second over with this new ball. So Harry Kane will slot in at slip, Madsen at second. And they've gone for a fourth slip really rather than a gully, so a little gap.
There's a gap in front of deep cover, but it's a big boundary. It'll just be a couple.
Fielded in the deep by Morley. 2 more to the total. 275 for 6. Just 8 runs behind Derbyshire. And deploy up to 91.
Ouch. Now, this happened, oh goodness me, this happened at Derbyshire earlier this season. Twice hit on the foot in that game. Batted with a runner. Stephen Eskenazi was at the other end with him. There was a run out on the verge of lunch, and all of that pain will be coming flooding back to him, the memory of that one. Oh, it's the knee this time, yeah, inside of the knee.
I was just thinking, it reminded me of one that Stevie Eskenazi got here earlier in the season, I think against Kent, where he had to retire hurt. The ball got trapped in on the knee, away from the pad. There's no protection at that point. It's a very vulnerable spot, only accessed by a inside edge really. Ball coming down quickly enough, but add a bit of pace from the bat. That's going to hurt. And Deploy looks in real agony there. Gonna need a bit of attention from the physio. So we're going to have a little break in play here as Loose Deploy gets seen to out there in the middle. He won't want to go off.
Bring back the magic sponge, that's what I say. Painkillers. Christian. There's the physio out there.
They're coming off the inside edge, thudding into that right knee, and deploy straight down in agony, drops the bat. He's in real pain. Hopefully that's subsided somewhat as he puts his right pad back on. Might be hobbling for a little bit. Try and get the blood moving. Keep going. The last thing that Middlesex will want is to see him leave the arena. 91 not out from 157 balls. Gets the jog on. There we go. I think the technical term is to run it off, is it? But you could certainly feel for him that would have been very sore, straight off the inside edge into the side of the knee. No padding, but he looks okay to continue, which is good news for Middlesex. Just a 3 then from that. Ben Aitchison over his 16th. So 7 runs the gap as Lewis Deploy and Zafar Gohar continue this partnership now. Now worth 32.
He's in play here, isn't he, Reese? See the way the bat's coming down from Deploy. There's just a little bit of doubt there. A lot of doubt in that knee at the moment.
Gorgeous late summer sunshine here at Lord's. There was a light shower just before tea, but no threat now as we see our way through to the last 20 overs. play today.
It's all dug out. Solid defence, 276 for 6.
Aitchison to continue from the nursery end.
I think it's leg side, and it is.
He's got a bit of work to do to get an LBW decision from that angle. And the ball straightened as well, perhaps pitching just outside leg stump on, but then it nipped back and heading down the leg side, so tough to get a decision there. But you can see that extra bit of movement from the second new ball.
Swish. It's died on the keeper though.
I mentioned earlier that I bumped into Mark Church on my cycle home yesterday. As I was leaving the ground up, I mean, I'm not going to say that I bumped into him because that would be no surprise, but I think the Derbyshire team are staying over the road and they were just walking back. I saw Mickey Arthur strolling. And he looked very serious, very, well, yeah, almost grumpy, I should say, which is not the Mickey Arthur that I know. I called out his name, and he looked at me. I don't think he quite worked out who it was, and then he recognised me. A big grin came across his face. Oh, there's the Mickey I know. One of the great guys of cricket. I had a lot of fun chatting and interviewing and talking to him throughout his career. Head coach at South Africa, Australia briefly. Head coach at Western Australia, WA, for a time just before he took over Australia, so enjoyed talking cricket with him over the years. Generally just one of the really positive and engaging characters in the game. He's got some great ideas about, not just about cricket, but about people, about trying to get the best out of players. He's been doing a good job at Derby for a while now.
Nice from deploy, he opens the face, that's beautifully placed.
Yeah, nice stroke there, using the pace and just finding that short boundary. Takes him up to 96, not out. One hit away. And of course, he worked with Pakistan for a few years as well. I think he really enjoyed his time working with the players there. So just one hit away from 100 now for Lewis deploy, and one hit away from a first innings lead as well for Middlesex. So a couple of important staging posts, you'd say, for Middlesex on the horizon here.
Low on the bat. Into the offside for deploy. Now, they'll get 2. They may well get 3, but they won't get 4, barring a mishap. 99 for deploy. 283 for 6 Middlesex. They're level with the Derbyshire first innings score. Oh, it's a beaut. Reece can't believe it.
Yeah, Reece beats the outside edge again. He's worked hard, but he still doesn't got his wicket. Now, Ben Aitchison will have the opportunity to try and use the 99 not out to play on Deploy's mind. I mean, he's looked fairly composed throughout this innings. 1 or 2 advances down the pitch, as he's known to do, but apart from that, he's looked exceptionally composed, in very decent touch. 1 away from a second championship 100 of the season.
And that may well be it. Oh, it's a scampered single. They are there. A roll, a tumble at square leg. Not enough to stop the single, though. And a century for the grimacing skipper. Blows the inside of the knee. A fair blow laid on the visiting team, his former county Derbyshire. Another century this summer for the skipper, who had a slow start, but He's playing his way into some fine form and maybe at a vital time.
Yeah, very well batted from the skipper. Hasn't really looked in any trouble at all. Oh, that little inside edge onto his knee. But he's taken a couple of painkillers. He's got through it, and now he's got through to his 100. Exactly what his team needed. And that single gives Middlesex the lead as well. Lead by 1. And now it's about building and making that gap as wide as possible.
Scored a 50 against Derbyshire in the first innings in the match in April earlier this season at Derby. He was out for 17 in the second innings. RBW to Tickner. In the first innings he was Court Madsen, bowled Chapel. 134 balls he faced in that first innings. Zafar Gohar, 52 not out in the second innings, helping to save the game in the end for Middlesex, who'd got themselves into a little bit of bother in that game. Holden's 94 was the mainstay of that final day. Higgins 56, but Gohar's 52 as well, helping to hold things together. Two 50s this summer in the championship for Gohar. They'd dearly love another one from him here to support, deploy and push that lead up. 1 run it stands at the moment. You'd have to feel 100 runs on this. It'd feel like a fair margin. Anything more and Derbyshire could be in real trouble. Tight. Just pitched outside. Was it all along the line of leg? Was it just pitching? Was it just sliding? Pitching outside. Late summer feel about the evening session of the second day. Still a bit of warmth in the air though. Cloud cover over Lords, but no further sign of showers. Did have one that fell briefly earlier, but not enough to take us off. Still not moving freely. Elias deployed, just stretches out the legs again after that one. It was a case of could he get that front leg out of the way. A full ball from Rees. They went hard at him at Derby when he was limping away in that second innings after the injury in the first. Patient stuff from Gohar. He's playing an exemplary innings here with his skipper at the other end. 43 deliveries for his 15. A studious approach from Middlesex's number 8. Similar way to the way he approached the innings against Kent earlier this year. It was all just push back, calmly does it, and then with an over to spare, hit the penultimate ball, or the final ball of the penultimate over. Over the grandstand boundary, tickles a single out there on this occasion. A 2-wicket win with 6 balls to spare. And a thrilling chase against Kent here early season. Way fine, 4 more. Could be in trouble, and he is. He's gone. Lewis Rees picks up Leas deploy. 105 for the skipper. But he limps his way back up the track and towards the pavilion. He's got his side into a lead, but just how big a lead can they get?
Yeah, that's one of the clearest celeb appeals you'll ever likely to see. Rees just running towards his teammate. He knew the umpire had no real option but to give that one out. He beats the inside edge of Deploy's bat and finally gets his first wicket of the game. Gets himself back on top of the leading wicket takers in the division. 38th wicket as Deploy raises his bat, accepts the applause from the pavilion. They've enjoyed watching him bat today, and he deserves the adulation. 105 from 175 deliveries, and Middlesex 290 for 7, and now in a position from which they can try and squeeze as much of a lead as possible from these last 3 wickets. Derbyshire's lower order added some useful runs on day 1. Now Middlesex will be hoping to do the same.
Sebastian Morgan makes his way out ahead of Toby Roland-Jones. There tells you a little bit about his batting credential. 18 years and 10 days. Ealing cricketer, Malaga born. 4 list days with 7 wickets in that format. Crucially, that's 61 runs that he scored against Lancashire, seeing Middlesex through to the quarter-finals of the competition. Wasn't to be, defeat against Hampshire. Inside edge on that one. So 15.4 overs remaining today. I think with these two together and the fact it's Roland-Jones to come at 10, these two will be charged with playing properly. Oh, through Gohar that goes. Got a proper first-class innings for both to build here and partnership. Talks about how useful 100 runs might be, 50 and do.
Yeah, the complexion just changes. Amazing what a wicket can do. especially when it's such a key figure as Deploy. All of a sudden, dreams and hopes of a big lead start to dissipate. Looks fairly relaxed up there on the home dressing room balcony.
Tobias Skelton in the background there, ready to come and join Sebastian Herbert. Zaffa's middle name, let's see. Zafar Gohar Khan. Goodness me, look how young he was when that picture was taken. Is that Zafar?
Maiden over there for Ben Aitchison, following up the wicket-taking skills of Lewis Rees. And got to say, Lewis Rees deserved a wicket. He'd done a good job for his side. He'd beaten the bat on several occasions. And when he did find the outside edge, tended to hit the deck and go wide of the slip cordon, running down to third man for a boundary. So I can imagine the frustrations had been building throughout the day for Rees, and eventually he got one absolutely on the money. Hit Deploy midway up his shin, right in front of middle stump, and he could celebrate a wicket.
So, Sebastian Morgan. Off the mark, the young man in Championship cricket.
And Lewis Rees, as we said, bowled really well. And just have a look at the wagon wheel there, and you can see where the boundaries have come, largely behind square. That's from thick outside edges that have run away down towards third man. He's been accurate, economical, and now he's got his wicket. And that's why he's the leading wicket taker in the division. 38 scalps to his name, moves one ahead of Ryan Higgins and Toby Roland-Jones, who will fancy their chances of keeping the contest going in the second innings. You'd also think that Sebastian Morgan will want to get his name on the scorecard, playing his first championship match. Bowled 9 overs in the first innings, none for 33, so yet to pick up a first class wicket. But his job right now is to try and squeeze a few runs out of the bat He has got a bit of talent with the bat. In at 9. Ahead of Toby Roland-Jones, who is one of the more effective lower order batters.
A little bit of in-dip on that. The left armour to the left-hander. That's a nice looking shot. Quite get it. Single for Morgan. Just hitting the fielders at the moment, but they mustn't get frustrated, I don't think, Middlesex. Actually, it'd be interesting when Toby Roland-Jones does come out. He and Zafar Gohar had a big partnership in that Kent game, and it was Gohar who thumped the 6 to win it, but Gohar was almost talking Roland-Jones through it. Be patient, just push it back. Oh, gone. Gohar goes. Gone for 16. Aitchison has his second wicket of the inning, second of the day. Very much deserved for Aitchison. Gohar will be disappointed. He's been hanging around for a while against that new ball. That one pitching in line. Going on to hit middle and leg.
Yeah, I think the only question there was where it pitched. Like to see that again. Maybe nothing more than umpire's call, maybe, but just looked like it was flirting with pitching outside the leg stump. We'll have a look at this one. Maybe just about in line with leg stump, actually. Yeah, pretty good ball that. And just held its line, hitting right in front of middle and leg. So a good bit of bowling from Aitchison. Gets a decision from umpire Peter Hartley. So Zafar Gohar, who's batted well for his 16, supported his skipper, got him to his 100, but he's gone now. LBW to Ben Aitchison. Middlesex 292 for 8. The lead just 9 as Toby Roland-Jones comes out to join Seb Morgan, the most experienced seam bowler in the Middlesex ranks, joining the newest county championship bowler in the Middlesex ranks, what can Seb learn from Toby Roland-Jones here, or maybe vice versa? We'll soon find out. But we do know that if the ball is up there, Roland-Jones has got a great eye and he can hit a long ball. Let's see what approach he's going to take. 3 slips in, deep square leg as well.
And drops the hands. Bit of pace and bounce on that from Aitchison. There's the senior batsman at the other end, Morgan.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was offering too many instructions to the former skipper.
I was going to say, if Gohar were the batter at the other end, I think Roland-Jones would be very much head down. Yes, no, get back. Morgan at the non-strikers end. A little excited there. Don't forget it's the old fella down the other end now, Seb.
Smiles all round from Roland-Jones and Morgan. Just 8 runs away from a second batting point. I think Middlesex will want to make sure they get there first of all, and then maybe see what fun they can have thereafter. 13 overs remain today, so plenty of time for these two to enjoy themselves, but job to be done as Reese continues from the pavilion end.
Yeah, absolutely, 8 runs. Get over that line. Second batting point indeed. Whether it's have a thrash, but potentially just be aware that you're possibly better up in the tempo slightly, at least, rather than waiting around for the end, which would appear to be nigh. Has he got him? Oh, he has. Roland-Jones double looked, but Morgan didn't look too disappointed. Maximum bowling points for Derbyshire.
A little tickle there. Big appeal. Umpire says yes. That was pretty close to the pad at the same time, but umpire Treadwell happy enough that it was ball connecting to bat. And another catch behind the wicket for Derbyshire. And at 292 for 9, those 8 runs look a little further away as we see Morgan just getting a little further on that. It's hard to tell from the replay. It does look like the bat kisses the pads at exactly the same time. Hard to say with any great certainty that he got a tickle on that, but the umpire was convinced, and that's all that matters. So Morgan departs. Short, but sweet stay for just 2. And Ollie Stone, the final man out. Good low catch from the keeper. Ball dying on its way into the gloves, but one more wicket required for Derbyshire.
Edged and through it goes. Will it go for 4? It's just going to hold up. Fingertips from slip, Aitchison. And they've taken 2 with 2 to go the over. Middlesex 6 shy of a batting point. And everybody from Middlesex perspective holds their breath.
Now, we were talking about the gaps in the slips earlier, trying to cover a wide range, a wide area as possible. I'm not sure whether that's at fault there, though Aitchison did have quite a way to dive to try and get his hands on that one. But we talked about the positioning of the cordon, and Rees himself had asked them to get a little tighter.
Nice shot. Very nice shot indeed. Might not quite go. It might as well though, and it does. It's up there with the shots of the day.
Terrific shot there from Ollie Stone. He followed the shape of the ball beautifully. Saw it come in and adjusted. Came down on it ever so straight. What a lovely shot that was. We were talking about a beautiful cover drive from Zafar Gohar a little earlier that really warmed the heart on a Tuesday afternoon. Well, that's done just the same there from Ollie Stone. 6 not out from just 3 deliveries, up and running. His account with the bat for Middlesex is off to a flyer. So 2 runs away from this second batting point now, as Aitchison, who put the chance down at slip, bowls to Roland-Jones.
Oh, he's gone. Absolutely. No doubt on that one. And it's Roland-Jones trying to whip it away to pick up the point. Who falls, the step across, and he's played all around it. There was little doubt on that one. Thought I'd called it too early, actually. The finger wasn't going up from the umpire. It did eventually.
I think you're well within your rights to call that one, Kev. Yeah, no doubt in umpire Peter Hartley's mind, as Toby Roland-Jones tried to whip it through the leg side, but his front pad was right in front of middle stump. Ball thudded in, and he had to go LBW. So 2 runs shy of that second batting point. Bit of a story of Middlesex's season when it comes to batting points. There just haven't been enough of them. And they've got a first innings lead. Very slender lead of 15 runs, but the lower order disintegrating rather swiftly. 3 wickets falling in just 10 balls to hurry the Middlesex first innings to a close. 298 all out. Ben Aitchison 3 for 35, picking up the final wicket. You have to say, Aitchison, Zach Chappell, Rory Hayden on debut, and Lewis Rees all doing a pretty decent job for their team. And Derbyshire, well, they won't feel that Middlesex have got away from them. They've kept going, and this game very, very much honours even at this stage.
Yep, so 15-run leads. Tricky little passage for Derbyshire tonight. We'll see how it goes. We'll be back here on the live stream from Middlesex in a few moments. Dean Wilson, myself, Kevin Hand, on the stream in association with Daffabet. Evening once again from Lords. 9 overs remain of the second day. Middlesex lead by 15 runs at the conclusion of the first innings, and you'd have to say right now, pressure is swinging back to Middlesex. Must-win game for Middlesex. For Derbyshire, it's more of a must-not-lose. Morgan's come next week. I won't fancy a tricky chase on this one, Middlesex. All of a sudden, that par score of the first innings becomes a little bit more evident. We fancied Middlesex may have let Derbyshire overscore a little in their 283 because of that morning session where Middlesex just weren't at it. Came back in the afternoon, bowled well. Elias Deploy was the standout name in the Middlesex innings. This man was the standout name with the ball in the first innings. They're going to need him again. It's Roland-Jones to Lewis Rees. 2 slips in a gully in place, a pointer cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. That's nice from Roland-Jones. It's there or thereabouts where he'll want to leave it. Rees in position nicely, pushing the ball back. Across on this occasion from the former skipper. Trying to catch up. Lewis Rees now, he's nudged ahead again as the leading wicket taker in the division. Another good leave. Derbyshire almost sit in here, which is what Middlesex would have liked to have done today. So it's a must not lose for Middlesex. In some ways it really is a must win. I think they need 3 from 3 if they're to go up this year. Middlesex website preview ahead of the game saying 2 wins and a high scoring draw might just be enough. Fancy it's a big couple of days ahead here at the home of cricket. There's the first over of the third innings of the match. Derbyshire 15 behind, and the maiden to begin for Roland-Jones.
Good start from Roland-Jones, maiden to begin. It's all about the wickets though. How quickly can they dismiss Derbyshire a second time round? Ryan Higgins picked up a couple in the first innings. He set the tone, he got the first wicket away. See if he can do the same in the second.
Turned in front of the short leg. It was unmoved in there. Geddes usually, I think it is Geddes again. Ooh. Rolled up the pads, rolled up one leg, down the other.
Northampton, Glamorgan against Northamptonshire. We've been keeping an eye on some of these games around the country. And in response to Glamorgan's 467, Northamptonshire going well, 265 for 3. James Sales, 35 not out, and safe save, 63 not out. Going along nicely. High scoring game in store in Northampton. Canterbury, Kent starting brightly in their second innings. Dismissed for 293 first time round. They bowled Lancashire out for 284. So a 9-run lead has now been extended to 71. They're 62 without loss in the second innings. Right, Leicester, league leaders, runaway league leaders, Leicestershire, 269 for 4 in response to Gloucestershire's 482. Stevie Eskenazi not out, 16, batting alongside Shan Masood, 79 not out. Cricket for Eskenazi. In the first division, Essex responding very nicely against Durham. Durham made 333, Essex 307 for 3. Dean Elgar, 138 not out. Another 100 for him. Looks like Matt Critchley, formerly of Derbyshire, is going to join him in 3 figures soon enough. He's 94 not out. So Essex working their way into a very decent position at Chelmsford. Down in Taunton, a match affected by rain. Somerset have scored 391 for 6 at the close of day 2. 100 for Tom Abel, 130. Stumps has been called there in Taunton. And then across the river at the Oval, Surrey against Warwickshire. He said it was a 1 innings game after Warwickshire were bowled out for 248 in reply to Surrey's first innings 246. Well, Surrey have moved to 171 for 1. So the champions finding another gear in the second innings. Rory Burns dismissed for 54. Ethan Bamber, formerly of Middlesex, with the wicket at the Oval, but Dom Sibley 62 not out, and Ollie Pope 48 not out. Runs for Ollie Pope at the Oval, who'd have thunk it. And then down at Hove, game has been turbocharged down there.
Oh, it's a beaut, that. Look at the face of Lewis Rees.
Terrific delivery there from Roland-Jones, just angled across Lewis Rees and nibbled away as well. Down on the south coast, Hampshire, Sussex, South Coast Derby. Hampshire bowled out twice. Bowled out in their second innings for 173 to back up their first innings 226. In between, Sussex were dismissed for just 122. So the target, 256 more needed. 278 the target, 256 more needed. They're 22 without loss. So that game being played almost in fast forward. "30 wickets have fallen in the space of 2 days at Hove. No bowler has taken 5 for though. That feels slightly unusual. But yeah, a run chase has been set for Sussex. And just to wrap up the final score at Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. Well, it's all happening there as well. Bowled out for 182, the home side, in their first innings. Nottinghamshire responded with 207. And now Worcestershire 89 for 5. So again, things moving apace at Worcester. Josh Tongue picked up 3 for 24 in the second innings to go with his 3 for 59 in the first. So he's enjoying himself. Worcestershire lead by 65 runs, but just 5 second innings wickets left. But here at Lord's, it's all about Middlesex and Derbyshire. Middlesex trying to capture these 10 Derbyshire second innings wickets as quickly as possible. Try and force the issue at the top of the second division.
Well, smothered by Rees, coming fully across to that one.
As Kev was saying earlier, it feels like 3 wins out of 3 in the end of the season is the only way Middlesex realistically can try and grab that second promotion spot.
But even that, it might not be enough. So that's why I feel it is the minimum. High scoring, ideally. Relying on a favour, either from Derbyshire next week or Lancashire in the final round. But they need to do themselves a favour here, don't they? That looked as though it was going to be a far greater first innings advantage. When Lewis Rees was still in the... Lewis Deploy was still in the middle. Lewis Rees is now in the middle for Derbyshire.
It's amazing how quickly this game has moved one way and another. Middlesex had worked really hard at various points, certainly on day one. After lunch, the bowlers really worked hard to get themselves back in the game and then get their noses in front. And I felt that the batters as well had battled really well alongside Lewis Deploy to get themselves into a potentially strong position, get the lead with.
Has he? No, he hasn't. A long way across there, Jewel.
The batters worked hard. As we have a look at this replay, the ball nipping across. Jewel going on with the arm and then some.
Almost a little of a Chris Rogers about Jewel in that shot there. Not that Buck was beaten often.
Didn't let him affect him, if he was. But I felt, yeah, that Middlesex, they battled well to get themselves into a position of potential strength. When Deploy was still in the middle and 4 wickets in hand, they had a lead. He was talking about potentially squeezing something like 100-run lead, and how quickly that changed. So, game really in the balance now.
That dice. Something we just noted today. Yesterday we were looking to see if there was any pace bounce in this surface. Today, 2 have kept low.
Yeah, there's been a couple that kept low, but then there's also been that one that climbed and took the shoulder of, say, Ryan Higgins' bat from Hayden.
Peel. Umpire was already walking away. Did it pitch in line? No.
It was Joe Cracknell, wasn't it? The ball from Rory Hayden that just climbed and took the shoulder of his bat, really sort of exploded from a good length. But that's been few and far between. We haven't seen that consistently at all. That was a real surprise. It surprised Anderson. Sorry, it surprised Cracknell rather. The catch taken by Anderson at backward point. But it's been more about the lack of pace rather than that one that took off. Middlesex feel like there could be some joy for them out here this evening. They're hurrying around. They want to get these 4 overs in if they can. I think it's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze.
Away that goes. The first boundary of the Derbyshire second innings. Deficit down to single figures. Side squirts through as well. Ends the sixth, so 3 to go today, 10 without loss. Outside the line again. Well, Derbyshire couldn't pick up one in the 7 they had last night. How close can Middlesex get to one this evening? Again, pitching outside the line, leg and missing leg. Edge, bring a boundary, and it will move Derbyshire to within a run of Middlesex in the aggregate scores. Blast those pads off tonight, isn't he? Roland-Jones doing his best to make Reese play every ball. Does he need to come around the wicket to the left-hander here, I wonder? Well, he's not letting go of that leg stump line. Just can't quite get through just yet. 4 off the over, 14 without loss. Derbyshire trail by 1. 2 to go of the second day.
Always a tricky little period at the end of a day's play for the openers. Sam Robson and Josh De Carey's managed it beautifully on day 1. Reese and Jewell doing the same at the moment.
Swing on that, but down the leg side. We're bringing in a leg slip with that swing from Higgins over the wicket to the left-hander. End of the over, 8 done. 16 without loss, 1 to go.
Six balls to go then.
Assuming no wicket falls.
Well, exactly. They'd desperately like to bring things to a close before then. 6 wickets in the first innings for Roland-Jones. "16 without loss then." The Derbyshire openers have got a lead by just 1 run, and just 1 more ball left in the day. Little change to the field. Roland-Jones sends the square leg out towards the boundary. No, just a little bit deeper. Halfway back. What's he got in store then for Lewis Rees?
Pulled away.
Bowls the short ball, but easily dealt with by Rees. So that'll be the end of day 2, as Roland-Jones and Rees have a little chat to bring things to a close. 17 without loss then. Derbyshire lead by 2. Another captivating day's cricket here at Lord's, with Middlesex following in the slipstream of their skipper Lewis Deploy with his 2nd championship 100 of the season. It was his runs that formed the meaty product of their first innings 15-run lead. That's been eaten into and surpassed just before the end of play here. Middlesex might have been dreaming of something more, but Derbyshire plugging away. Their bowlers did a good job for them to keep the lead down to 15. Middlesex losing their last 3 wickets in just 10 balls. And so this game very much evenly poised at the end of day 2, with Derbyshire 17 without loss.
Go on, Dino, you're not here. The final 2 days. Take rain out of the equation. 2 full days to play. Where's your money? Who's winning this one? Because you'd fancy with 2 full days, there is a result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the game has moved along quite nicely. I do feel as though Middlesex slightly more reliant on one or two individuals, whereas I was impressed with the team effort with the ball from Derbyshire. Ben Aitchison, Zach Chappell, Rory Hayden on debut, really impressed. And Lewis Rees as well got into the wickets. So I do think that Derbyshire will feel as if they can give their bowlers something to bowl at. Then they'll fancy their chances, but Middlesex are at home. They are without two of their better batters, which I think does pose some issues. Lewis Deploy certainly made up for it with his 105, but you just get the sense at the moment from what we've seen so far in this game that more of Derbyshire's players are in the championship groove than maybe the Middlesex players, but we shall see.
Yep, they had to pull it back yesterday, Middlesex, in the afternoon session. You fancy they're going to have to pull it back in the morning session tomorrow. It could be a tricky chase. Well, the rain may play its part anyway. We'll have to see on that front. Thanks to Dean Wilson for his company the first 2 days of this one, and from myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team on the stream. It's a good night to you all, with Derbyshire leading by 2 runs in the second innings. They're 17 without loss.